Tonight we are going a very long way back. Not hundreds of years, not thousands. We're going back 230 million years to a time so remote that the continents themselves had not yet taken the shapes we know. To a world that smelled different, sounded different, breathed differently. A world where the sky above you would have been home to creatures that had never existed before and would never exist again in quite that same way. We are going back to the Triassic Period, to the age when the very first dinosaurs crept quietly into existence on a planet that barely noticed them. Small animals, cautious and quick, living in the shadows of larger things, waiting for a world that had not yet been made for them. This is the story of how they waited, and how, in the end, the world became theirs. If you enjoy listening to sleepy prehistoric stories like this one, please consider subscribing. New prehistoric and dinosaur stories go up every single week, and there is always more ancient world waiting for you. Settle in, breathe slowly, let the present moment carry you backward, gently, 230 million years into the deep past. We have a long and beautiful journey ahead, and there is no hurry at all. To understand the first dinosaurs, we have to understand the world they were born into, and that world, the world of the early Triassic, was one of the strangest and most haunting landscapes our planet has ever worn. Imagine, if you can, stepping out of everything familiar. No cities, no roads, no fields, no forests as you know them, no bird song because birds had not yet evolved, no flowers because flowering plants would not appear for another 100 million years. No grass beneath your feet, because grass was still far in the future, an idea evolution had not yet gotten around to. What you would find, if you could stand on the early Triassic Earth roughly 250 million years ago, would be something between a dream and a fever vision. A world at once beautiful and deeply, profoundly damaged. The sky would be wide and strange above you, the same sky in the physical sense, the same atmosphere, the same sun travelling its ancient arc, and yet the air itself would feel different. Thicker, perhaps, warmer, carrying with it the faint chemical signatures of a planet still exhaling the aftermath of catastrophe. Because the early Triassic did not begin in peace, it began in the wreckage of the worst mass extinction our planet has ever experienced. We call it the Permian-Triassic extinction event, or sometimes simply the Great Dying, and the name, quiet as it sounds, carries within it something almost beyond imagining. Roughly 252 million years ago, the end of the Permian period brought a catastrophe so total, so thorough, so comprehensive in its destruction, that the living world very nearly did not survive it at all. The culprit was volcanic activity on a scale we have no modern equivalent for. Beneath what is now Siberia, deep cracks opened in the Earth's crust and lava began pouring out. Not from a single volcano, not from a chain of peaks, but from vast fissures in the land itself, flood basalt eruptions that continued for millions of years, burying enormous areas in layer upon layer of molten rock. Geologists call the result the Siberian Traps, and even today the remnants of those ancient lava flows cover an area larger than Western Europe. But the lava itself was not the most dangerous thing those eruptions produced. What mattered more was what came with the lava. Enormous volumes of carbon dioxide and sulfur dioxide and methane and a toxic assortment of other gases, all pumped steadily into the atmosphere year after year, century after century, million year after million year. The greenhouse effect intensified beyond anything life had adapted to. Global temperatures climbed, 5 degrees above normal, then 10, then 15 or more. The oceans warmed and lost their oxygen. The chemistry of the seas shifted until the water itself became hostile to the creatures that had lived within it for hundreds of millions of years. The extinction unfolded in waves. First the most vulnerable species, the ones already living close to the edge of what was biologically possible. Then the moderately successful, as conditions worsened past their limits. Then even the most adaptable, as feedback loops compounded and ecosystems began to collapse at their foundations. By the time the eruptions finally slowed, by the time the atmosphere began to stabilize at its new, hotter, more toxic baseline, the living world had lost somewhere between 90 and 96% of all species. In the oceans, the trilobites, those armoured arthropods that had been a constant presence in the seas for more than 250 million years, simply ceased to exist. Coral reefs dissolved. Ancient fish lineages vanished. The extraordinarily diverse marine communities that had made the Permian seas among the richest in Earth's history were gone, replaced by stretches of warm, oxygen-poor water where almost nothing moved. On land, the devastation was only slightly less complete. The great forests of the Permian died. The synapsids, those mammal-like reptiles that had dominated the land for tens of millions of years, were reduced to a handful of surviving lineages. The elaborate food webs that had taken millions of years to develop simply fell apart, species by species, link by link, until what remained was a collection of survivors clinging to existence in whatever refuges the dying world still offered. And this shattered, recovering, still warm and still damaged world was the world that gave birth to the Triassic. The early Triassic was not a pleasant time to be alive. In the immediate aftermath of the extinction, the world was almost eerily empty by the standards of what had come before. Ecological communities that had been rich and complex and layered with diversity had been simplified to their most basic elements. The survivors were not the dominant animals of the Permian, not the rulers and the apex predators and the great herds of browsing herbivores. The survivors were, by and large, the small and the flexible and the lucky. Animals that could eat almost anything. Animals that could survive in conditions their more specialized relatives could not tolerate. Animals that had been living at the margins of the Permian world and now found themselves inheriting what little of it remained. The land itself was strange. Vegetation was slow to recover. There are geological records from the earliest Triassic that show what scientists have called fungal spike layers, moments in the sedimentary record where the relative proportion of fungal spores dramatically increases, suggesting that fungi were among the most successful organisms in the immediate aftermath, feeding on the vast quantities of dead organic matter that had accumulated as forests died and animal populations crashed. The rivers ran differently in this early world. Without thick root systems holding the soil in place, erosion was rapid and dramatic. River channels braided and shifted and flooded unpredictably. Sediment loads in the water were enormous, turning rivers from clear or lightly turbid flows into thick, chocolatey torrents that carried the raw material of the continent itself downstream toward the seas. And the continent in the early Triassic was very much a singular thing. Pangaea, the great supercontinent, still held together across most of its extent. All the land masses we would recognize today, all the familiar shapes from the maps on classroom walls were jammed together into one enormous whole. Europe and North America were connected. South America and Africa were connected. Antarctica, Australia, India, all of it gathered into this single vast landmass that stretched from pole to pole and wrapped around much of the planet's circumference. The climate of Pangaea in the early Triassic was brutal. The interior of a continent so large simply does not receive enough moisture from ocean-borne winds to support rich vegetation. Air masses that travelled inland from the coast dropped their moisture quickly, leaving the deep interior bone dry. The result was a world where life concentrated along the edges, in narrow coastal bands where rainfall was sufficient, and where the vast interior was essentially barren. But even the coastal areas were not exactly hospitable. Temperatures were high, significantly higher than the global averages we experience today, because of the elevated carbon dioxide levels still lingering from the Siberian traps eruptions. Seasonal extremes were intense because the massive landmass amplified temperature swings in ways that smaller continents would not. Summers were extraordinarily hot. Winters, at least in the higher latitudes, could be surprisingly cold. It was a world of extremes, a world that had been pushed to the very edge of habitability and was slowly, very slowly, beginning to pull back from that edge. The survivors of the Great Dying were doing what survivors always do. They were reproducing. They were filling the empty spaces. They were, in the patient way that evolution has always worked, beginning to diversify into the ecological niches that the extinction had vacated. And who were these survivors? Who were the animals that made it through the Great Dying and found themselves in possession of the early Triassic world? The most successful among the land-dwelling survivors were animals called temnospondyls. These were amphibians, broad and flat and often surprisingly large, some reaching lengths of 3 or 4 meters. They looked somewhat like enormous salamanders, though that comparison undersells their strangeness. They lurked in the rivers and lakes of the early Triassic, ambushing fish and smaller animals, and for a brief period in the immediate aftermath of the extinction, they were among the most numerous large animals on land. Alongside them were the survivors of the synapsid lineage, those mammal-like reptiles that had been so dominant in the Permian. The Permian synapsids had included enormous animals, hippo-sized herbivores, and bear-sized predators, and everything in between. What survived the Great Dying were primarily smaller, more generalized forms. The Lystrosaurus, a stocky, beaked herbivore the size of a large pig, became extraordinarily common in the early Triassic. Fossils of Lystrosaurus are found across multiple continents, suggesting it was spectacularly successful in the recovery period, possibly accounting for the majority of terrestrial vertebrate biomass in some regions in the aftermath of the extinction. There were also early archosaurs. This group, the archosaurs, would eventually give rise to both the crocodilians and the dinosaurs, but in the early Triassic they were already present in modest numbers, small to medium-sized reptiles filling various ecological roles not yet dominant, not yet diversified into the extraordinary range of forms they would eventually produce. The plant life was recovering too, though slowly. Ferns were among the first plants to recolonize disturbed and recovering landscapes, as they have been throughout Earth's history, their spores light and numerous and capable of establishing quickly in poor soils. Early conifers were present, tough and adaptable, their needle-like leaves efficient at limiting water loss in a hot, dry world. Seed ferns, which had been important plants in the Permian, began spreading again. The forests that eventually established themselves were simpler than their Permian predecessors, lower in species diversity, more dominated by a few successful types. This was the early Triassic, a world still healing, a world simpler than what had come before, a world of vast empty spaces and recovering ecosystems and animals cautiously, incrementally building back toward the complexity that had been lost. Dinosaurs did not yet exist. They were coming. In the silent, patient logic of evolution, something was already being shaped by the pressures of this new, sparse, demanding world. But for the first several million years of the Triassic, the planet had no dinosaurs. It had survivors and scrublands and recovering rivers and the slow geological patience of a world beginning again. The Middle Triassic brought warmer and increasingly stable conditions. Vegetation spread into areas it had been unable to colonize in the immediate post-extinction period. Animal diversity increased as new niches opened. The ecological relationships that make a living world rich, predator and prey and parasite and pollinator, all began to rebuild themselves in new configurations. By approximately 247 million years ago in the Middle Triassic, the archosaurs had diversified into several major lineages. Some were becoming increasingly large and powerful. Some were developing armor. Some were beginning to experiment with new ways of moving, new postures, new body plans. The world was filling up again, and the competitive pressures that come with a filling world were beginning to push evolution in new directions. The stage was being prepared for something new. The world of the early and middle Triassic, harsh and strange as it was laying down the conditions that would make the first dinosaurs possible, the empty niches waiting to be filled, the new plant communities providing new food sources, the recovering but still open ecological landscape, offering opportunities to any animal with the right combination of traits. Something was coming that would change everything, but it would arrive quietly, almost without notice, in the southern reaches of Pangaea, small and fleet and unremarkable by the standards of its time. It would arrive as a beginning. And beginnings, in the deep past as in everything else, rarely announce themselves. They simply happen, one small step at a time, in the slow and patient language of generations. Breathe and listen, and let the ancient world continue its slow unfolding around you. We are still in the early chapters of this story. The most extraordinary parts are still ahead. The first dinosaurs were not impressive. This is important to understand because when most of us think of dinosaurs, we think of scale and power and spectacle. We think of Tyrannosaurus, 50 years of paleontological imagination, the enormous skull, the tiny arms, the ground-shaking footsteps. We think of Brachiosaurus lifting its impossible neck above the forest canopy, browsing leaves that no other animal on Earth could reach. We think of Triceratops and its magnificent frill, or Stegosaurus and its plates, or Velociraptor and the cold intelligence that popular culture has always projected onto its narrow face. None of that existed yet. The first dinosaurs were small, they were bipedal, walking upright on two legs, which was unusual among the reptiles of their time but not revolutionary. They were fast, probably faster than many of their contemporaries, and they were alert, possessed of quick eyes and quick reflexes and the kind of whole-body attention that prey animals develop when larger things are hunting them. They were, in the most honest assessment, unremarkable members of a fauna dominated by animals that were larger and more successful and apparently more permanent. They lived in the shadow of giants. Not the giants of later ages, not soaring sauropods or armoured ankylosaurs, but the giants of the Triassic world, the Rauisuchians and the Yetasaurs, and the enormous temnospondyl amphibians, animals that had successfully colonised the post-extinction world and were, by the Middle Triassic, quite firmly in charge of the ecosystems they inhabited. To understand the first dinosaurs, we have to place them where they actually lived, not at the centre of the world, but at its edges, not as rulers, but as scramblers, as opportunists, as the small and cautious and clever animals that made their living in the spaces the larger, more dominant creatures did not fully occupy. The story of the first dinosaurs begins, as best as we can tell from the fossil record, in what is now South America. Specifically, in what is now the Ixigualasto Formation of northwestern Argentina, a geological sequence of rocks laid down in the late Triassic, roughly 230 to 231 million years ago. These rocks have given us some of the oldest and best preserved early dinosaur fossils we have ever found, and they tell a story of modest beginnings in a world of considerable variety. The Ixigualasto Formation preserves what appears to have been a semi-arid floodplain environment. The climate was strongly seasonal, alternating between wet periods that brought river flooding and standing water across the landscape, and dry seasons during which the same floodplains baked hard under a fierce sun. Vegetation was patchy and concentrated along water sources. The air was warm, probably significantly warmer than modern Argentina, and the nights would have been spectacular with stars clear and cold and remote, in a sky with no light pollution for hundreds of millions of years in either direction. Into this landscape we find the fossils of what are generally regarded as the earliest well-known dinosaurs. Three animals in particular have become central to our understanding of how dinosaurs began. The first is Eoraptor lunensis, the dawn thief of the valley. Eoraptor was small, perhaps a metre in length from nose to tail tip, roughly the size of a medium dog. It walked on two legs, its body held roughly horizontal, its long tail extended behind it for balance. Its arms were short but functional, equipped with small grasping hands that could have been used to seize prey, insects, smaller reptiles, perhaps eggs or carrion. Its teeth were heterodont, meaning different in different parts of the mouth, with some leaf-shaped teeth toward the back that suggested at least occasional plant material in its diet. Eoraptor was probably an omnivore, eating whatever it could find, which is precisely the kind of dietary flexibility that tends to serve animals well in challenging and variable environments. Eoraptor was not a spectacular animal. If you encountered it in the Triassic landscape, you might not immediately think you were looking at the beginning of a dynasty. You might think you were looking at a small, quick, somewhat lizard-like creature, darting between the roots of seed ferns, alert to every sound and shadow. Which is exactly what it was, but also, in ways that would only become clear across the following 200 million years, the beginning of something entirely new. The second is Herrerasaurus ixigualastensis, and this one was rather more impressive. Herrerasaurus was a genuine predator, a carnivore of meaningful size for its time, reaching lengths of perhaps 3 to 6 meters depending on the specimen, which would have made it one of the larger predatory animals in its immediate ecosystem. It was bipedal and fast, built along lines that already hint at the great theropod predators that would come later, though Herrerasaurus occupies a somewhat uncertain position in the dinosaur family tree. Its exact relationship to later dinosaurs has been debated, but most current analyses place it as a very early theropod, or close to the base of the Saurischian line. What Herrerasaurus tells us is that even at the very beginning of dinosaur history, the group was already diversifying into different ecological roles. Here, in the same formation, in the same ancient landscape, you had Eoraptor as a small omnivore and Herrerasaurus as a substantially larger predator. The basic pattern of dinosaur ecological diversity, the range from tiny insectivore to giant carnivore, was establishing itself almost immediately. The third animal is Eodromaeus murphy, described from the same formation but known from younger specimens, which was something like a more gracile and aerodynamic version of Eoraptor, a small predatory dinosaur built for speed, with a narrower skull and a body plan that already anticipates the later Coelophysis in some respects. These three animals, and the handful of other early dinosaurs known from this period, and from similar formations in Brazil and elsewhere in South America, were operating in an environment full of non-dinosaurian animals that were larger and, at least for the moment, more successful. There were rhynchosaurs, those barrel-bodied beaked herbivores that were among the most common large animals of the Middle and Late Triassic. Rhynchosaurs were pig-sized to large dog-sized reptiles that fed on tough, fibrous plant material, probably including the seeds of the seed ferns that dominated the landscape. They were everywhere. In some formations from this period, rhynchosaur fossils make up the majority of vertebrate remains, suggesting populations of enormous density. They were the wildebeest of the Triassic, the background hum of the landscape, the most common large animal in many ecosystems. There were cynodonts, the advanced mammal-like reptiles that represented the most sophisticated descendants of the synapsid lineage. By the late Triassic, cynodonts had diversified considerably. Some were small, shrew-like insectivores, quick and alert and perhaps already partially warm-blooded. Others were somewhat larger, omnivorous animals with complex dentition that allowed them to process a wide range of food items. The cynodonts carried within their lineage the evolutionary potential that would eventually produce true mammals, though that outcome was still tens of millions of years away. There were also early representatives of the Cruratacea, the crocodilian line. These animals, the Rhesusians and their relatives, were some of the most powerful predators in many Triassic ecosystems. They were not yet the semi-aquatic ambush hunters we associate with modern crocodilians. In the Triassic, many of them were fully terrestrial, and some were very large, with skulls exceeding 1/2 meter in length and bodies built for active pursuit. The Rhesusians were, in many respects, the apex predators of the Middle and Late Triassic, and the early dinosaurs lived alongside them and quite possibly in fear of them. So this was the world of the first dinosaurs, rich in life by the recovering standards of the post-extinction Triassic, but absolutely not a world where dinosaurs were dominant, a world where dinosaurs were, at best, peripheral, minor characters in an ecological drama starring other animals. The early fossil record for dinosaurs is, it must be said, frustratingly sparse. The animals were small, and the bones of small animals are much less likely to fossilize than the bones of large ones. They were not common, or at least they did not appear to be common in the environments where fossilization was most likely to occur. The conditions required for fossilization, rapid burial in sediment before the bones could be destroyed by weathering or scavengers, favored animals that died near rivers and lakes, and the early dinosaurs may have inhabited somewhat drier, more upland environments where fossilization was rarer. But from what we have from the Ishigualasto Formation and its equivalents in Brazil, from similar age deposits in Tanzania and Morocco and elsewhere, a picture emerges. The first dinosaurs were a modest group of bipedal reptiles, ranging from small insectivore omnivores to medium-sized predators, living in the margins of a Triassic world that had room for them, but was not organized around them. They had certain consistent features that already distinguished them from most other reptiles of their time. Their legs were positioned directly beneath their bodies, rather than sprawling out to the sides as in the lizards and most other reptiles. This upright posture required a specific hip socket structure, one that paleontologists use as one of the defining characteristics of the dinosaur group. This posture made them efficient walkers and runners, able to cover ground quickly without the lateral undulation that consumes energy in sprawling locomotion. It also made them capable of sustained activity, rather than the burst and rest strategy that many ectothermic reptiles rely on. Their metabolisms were likely elevated compared to typical reptiles, though the exact nature of Triassic dinosaur metabolism is still debated. What is clear is that the dinosaur body plan was built for activity, for constant movement, for a way of living that demanded more calories than a cold-blooded reptile requires. This had costs. They needed more food. They were more vulnerable to starvation during lean periods. But it also had benefits. They could be active at times when cold-blooded competitors were slow and sluggish, and they could sustain effort for longer. Their feet were designed for running. The earliest dinosaurs already had the three-toed footprint that would become so recognizable in the fossil record, tracks preserved in ancient mud and silt that tell us where these animals went, how fast they moved, whether they travelled alone or in groups. 3 toes pointing forward, with a reduced or vestigial fourth toe, the heel elevated so the animal walked on its toes rather than its full foot. This digitigrade locomotion, the same basic plan you see in birds today, produces efficient, quick, nimble movement. Their skulls were already varied, already suggesting the dietary diversification that would later allow dinosaurs to fill every conceivable ecological role. Some had narrow jaws packed with small, sharp teeth, suited for catching fast-moving prey. Others had slightly broader, more robust skulls with teeth better suited for processing tougher food items. These were the first dinosaurs, modest, clever, adaptable animals in a world that did not yet belong to them, watching, from the corners and the margins, as the great Triassic game played out around them, patient in the way that only evolution can truly be patient, waiting for a world that would eventually, in ways none of them could anticipate, be reshaped into something far more favourable to what they were becoming. The waiting, as we will see, would not be indefinitely long. Something was coming, something that would shake the Triassic world to its foundations and open spaces that the early dinosaurs were uniquely positioned to fill. But for now, in these earliest chapters, they were small, and the world was enormous around them, and every day was a quiet exercise in survival. Let that image settle. The first dinosaur, small and alert in the fading Triassic light, watching the sky deepen toward dusk over a landscape 230 million years removed from everything you know. There is something deeply beautiful about it. To truly appreciate the story of the dinosaurs, we need to spend some time with the animals they eventually replaced. Because the Triassic was not empty before the dinosaurs. It was full. It was rich with life, strange life, alien life by our standards, but genuine and diverse and in many ways extraordinarily successful. The animals that ruled the Middle Triassic were not evolutionary failures. They were not placeholder species waiting to be replaced by something better. They were masters of their world, well adapted to the conditions they faced, dominant in their ecosystems, and apparently permanent. Understanding them is what makes the story of the dinosaurs so remarkable, because the triumph of the dinosaurs was not inevitable. It was contingent, dependent on specific environmental events, on fortunate timing, on the particular vulnerabilities of the groups they replaced. In a different Triassic, with different volcanic activity or different climate patterns, those other animals might still be here, and the dinosaurs might never have risen beyond their modest beginnings. So let us spend some time in the world the dinosaurs had to navigate, among the animals they had to eventually outlast or outcompete. The dominant large predators of the Middle and Late Triassic were a group called Rauisuchians. The name is less familiar than it deserves to be, given how significant these animals were to Triassic ecosystems. Rauisuchians were archosaurs, members of the same broad group that includes both modern crocodilians and the dinosaurs, but they were neither crocodilians nor dinosaurs. They were their own branch of the archosaur tree, a branch that was, for the Middle Triassic, spectacularly successful. Imagine a large, powerful reptile. Imagine it walking upright, or nearly upright, with legs positioned more beneath its body than sprawling to the sides, giving it an efficient gait. Now imagine it with a skull the length of your arm, packed with recurved teeth designed for gripping and tearing flesh. Imagine scales and possibly some degree of armor plating. Imagine an animal that could reach lengths of 6, 8, even 10 meters in the larger species, an apex predator that had no meaningful competition in the terrestrial ecosystems of its time. That was Postosuchus, perhaps the most famous of the Rauisuchians, known from excellent specimens from the American Southwest. It was the Tyrannosaurus of its world, though it was not a dinosaur at all. Its skull was massive and robust, its teeth were serrated along the edges for efficient cutting, its body was heavily built and capable of sustained pursuit. At the top of the Triassic food chain, Postosuchus had no equals on land. Early dinosaurs, small and fleet and cautious, were almost certainly among its prey, or at least among the animals that shaped their behaviour by being something to be afraid of. Alongside Postosuchus were other large Rauisuchians with their own territories and hunting grounds. Batrachotomus from Germany, Phaseolosuchus from South America, which may have reached lengths approaching 10 meters, making it one of the largest terrestrial predators of its entire age. These were not minor animals. These were substantial, successful, dominant creatures that had every reason to continue being the rulers of the Triassic world indefinitely. Then there were the Etosaurs, and they represent one of the most intriguing evolutionary experiments of the Triassic. Etosaurs were armoured herbivores, plant-eating archosaurs covered in bony plates called osteoderms that formed a continuous shield across their backs and sides. Some species had elaborate sculptured patterns on their armour. Some had spines projecting from the edges of their plating. They walked on 4 legs and were built low and broad, bodies shaped for stability and protection rather than speed. Picture something roughly the size and shape of a large pig, but covered from nose to tail in interlocking plates of bone, some ornate and ridged, some smooth and overlapping like chainmail. They ranged in size from small dog-sized animals to species that reached 3 or 4 meters in length. They were found across Pangaea on every major landmass, which tells us they were spectacularly successful at spreading and adapting to local conditions. What did Etosaurs eat? Their beaks suggest a diet heavy in roots and tubers, perhaps digging through the soil of Triassic floodplains to reach the underground storage organs of the abundant plants. Some species may have been partially omnivorous. Whatever their precise diet, they were clearly filling the large herbivore role that was later filled by enormous sauropod dinosaurs, and they were doing it with remarkable success. The rhynchosaurs deserve a deeper look, because they were, in terms of sheer numbers, probably the most abundant large animals in many Triassic ecosystems. They were not glamorous animals. They were stocky, barrel-bodied, with curious beaked mouths that were adapted for a very specific kind of feeding. Their lower jaws had a kind of blade or plough structure, and their teeth were fused into ridges along the jaw margins, creating a surface more like a rasp than individual teeth. This specialized dentition was perfectly suited for eating tough, fibrous plant material, perhaps specifically the seeds and tissues of the abundant seed ferns that dominated many Triassic plant communities. Rhynchosaurs were globally distributed, found in South America, Europe, Africa, India, and elsewhere. They were diverse, with multiple species across their range, and they were evidently very successful at what they did. Their fossils are sometimes so numerous in certain formations that excavating virtually any area will turn up rhynchosaur remains, a sure sign of animals that were present in large numbers and lived in social groups, or at least shared the same preferred habitats in high densities. But perhaps the most intellectually fascinating of the Triassic non-dinosaurian animals were the cynodonts. We have already briefly met the cynodonts as descendants of the Permian synapsid dynasty, survivors of the Great Dying who had retreated into smaller body sizes and more generalized diets in the aftermath of the extinction. By the Middle and Late Triassic, they had diversified considerably, and some of them were becoming remarkably mammal-like in ways that go beyond the features visible in fossils. The later cynodonts had differentiated teeth, incisors and canines and molars or their equivalents, different teeth doing different jobs in the mouth. This is a mammalian feature, and one that requires more complex jaw musculature and a different relationship between the bones of the skull than simpler, uniform-toothed reptiles have. They had secondary palates, bony shelves on the roof of the mouth that separate the nasal passage from the oral cavity, allowing them to breathe and eat at the same time. This is another mammalian feature, and one that strongly suggests a more active, higher metabolic lifestyle. Cold-blooded animals with slow metabolisms can afford to stop breathing while they chew. Active, warm-blooded animals cannot. Some cynodonts probably had whiskers. The pattern of small foramina, tiny holes in the snout bones through which blood vessels and nerves pass, is similar in some advanced cynodonts to the pattern seen in modern mammals that have facial vibrissae, the tactile whiskers that are so important to many mammals for navigating in low-light conditions. Whether the cynodonts actually had whiskers we cannot directly confirm from fossils, but the circumstantial evidence is suggestive. Some cynodonts may have had fur, or at least some kind of insulating body covering. We cannot see hair in most fossils, but we can infer a great deal from other evidence. The bone structure of many late cynodonts suggests rapid growth rates consistent with warm-blooded metabolism. Their erect or near-erect limb posture reduces energy expenditure in locomotion. Their complex dentition suggests efficient food processing associated with high caloric demands. These were in many ways nearly mammals, or rather mammals were eventually derived from them. The direct ancestors of every living mammal, including you, trace their lineage through the synodont radiation of the Triassic. The small, intelligent, probably warm-blooded animals hiding in the undergrowth of the Triassic world, sleeping through the worst of the midday heat and emerging at dusk to hunt insects in the cooling air. They were your ancestors in the most literal sense. And they were, in the Triassic, doing reasonably well without ever becoming dominant. Kept in check, perhaps, by the competitive pressure from dinosaurs and other archosaurs as those groups expanded, kept in small body sizes and nocturnal habits that limited their direct competition with the diurnal reptile-dominated world. But persisting, diversifying, refining, accumulating the biological features that would eventually make mammals so successful. Beyond these major groups, the Triassic was full of other animals that add texture and strangeness to the picture. There were early turtles, the first known examples of that extraordinary body plan, the only vertebrate group to have completely internalized its armor. There were early relatives of the lizards and tuatara, squamate-like animals beginning the long diversification that would eventually produce the lizards and snakes of the modern world. In the rivers and lakes were large predatory amphibians, temnospondyls of impressive size, their flat heads and enormous mouths suggesting something between an enormous salamander and a particularly sinister crocodile. In the sky, something extraordinary was beginning. The first pterosaurs, the flying reptiles that were not quite dinosaurs but closely related archosaurs, appear in the fossil record in the late Triassic. The very earliest pterosaurs are not well known, but what we have suggests they appeared suddenly and already well equipped for flight, with the membranous wings, the hollow bones, and the enlarged brain regions associated with flight. They were small, the earliest ones, probably comparable to modern seagulls or crows, and they were just beginning to explore the aerial niche that would eventually make them the dominant flying vertebrates for over 150 million years. And in the seas, the Triassic oceans were filling with marine reptiles. Ichthyosaurs, those dolphin-shaped big-eyed ocean hunters that had evolved an extraordinary degree of convergence with fish and cetaceans, were already diverse and widespread. Nothosaurs, long-necked semi-aquatic hunters, were patrolling the coastal waters. Placodonts, heavily built shellfish crushers with flattened teeth designed for breaking open mollusks, were grazing the seafloor. The Triassic oceans, recovering from the devastation of the Great Dying, were filling up with a new generation of vertebrate swimmers. This was the full, complex, deeply alive world that the early dinosaurs inhabited. Not an empty landscape waiting to be colonized, but a crowded and competitive world in which every niche was contested, every resource was fought over, and the small and the new had to be very good indeed to carve out a place for themselves. The Rauisuchians ruled the large predator niches. The Etosaurs and Rhynchosaurs dominated the large herbivore roles. The Synodonts filled many of the small to medium insectivore and omnivore positions. The pterosaurs were already claiming the sky. The turtles and early lizard-like animals were occupying various low-energy reptilian niches. Where in all this did the dinosaurs fit? In the gaps, in the edges, in the spaces between the dominant groups, exploiting resources that the established players either could not reach or did not bother with. Quick enough to catch certain prey that slower animals could not pursue, small enough to live in habitats too limited to support the large Rauisuchians, flexible enough in their diets to exploit whatever happened to be available. It was not a glorious existence, but it was an existence, and in the economy of natural selection, existing is everything. Existing means reproducing. Reproducing means passing on your features to the next generation. Passing on features that work, that help survival, means those features persist and potentially improve over time. The dinosaurs were accumulating advantages slowly, generation by generation, in the long patience of evolutionary time. Advantages that were not obviously decisive in the world of the mid-Triassic, but advantages that would become very decisive indeed when the world changed. That change was coming, and it would come in the form of rain. 234 million years ago, something changed. It did not change all at once. It did not change the way a storm arrives, with clear signs building on the horizon, thunder announcing itself from a distance. It changed the way very large things always change, slowly at first, incrementally, in a way that the creatures living through the early stages of it might not have recognized at all as change. A season slightly wetter than normal. rivers running a little fuller than they had in memory, the dry season shorter, the wet season longer, the monsoon heavier when it came. Subtle shifts, gradual adjustments. And then, over the course of a few tens of thousands of years, which is almost nothing in geological terms, the full force of the transformation announced itself. The sky broke open, and the rain began to fall in earnest, and it would not stop for 2 million years. We call this the Carnian pluvial episode, using the geological term Carnian because it occurred during the Carnian age of the late Triassic period, and the word pluvial from the Latin for rain. It is not a household name. It is not a chapter that most people have heard of, but it is one of the most consequential climate events in the history of life on Earth, a period of transformation so thorough and so global that it redirected the entire trajectory of terrestrial vertebrate evolution. To understand why it happened, we need to think about volcanoes again. Deep within the Earth, a vast province of magma was forcing its way toward the surface in what is now the region of the Wrangellia terrane, geological fragments of which are now distributed across Alaska and British Columbia and parts of the Pacific Northwest of North America. In the late Triassic, this volcanic province was positioned differently on the globe, and it was actively erupting on an enormous scale. These were flood basalt eruptions, the same kind of catastrophic volcanic event that had driven the Permian Triassic extinction, though on a somewhat smaller scale. Not single volcanoes building cones and erupting intermittently, but vast sheets of lava pouring from long fissures in the Earth's crust, spreading across enormous areas, stacking up layer upon layer as each new eruption added to the accumulation. The total volume of lava produced by the Wrangellia flood basalts has been estimated at somewhere between 1 and 3 million cubic kilometres, an almost unimaginable quantity of molten rock transferred from the Earth's interior to its surface. And with the lava came the gases. Carbon dioxide, sulfur dioxide, methane, and a dozen other volatile compounds were injected into the atmosphere in enormous quantities, each eruption adding to the accumulating burden. The greenhouse effect, already running at levels above our modern experience because of the elevated CO2 baseline of the Triassic, intensified further. Global temperatures began to climb, not by enormous amounts at first, a degree here, 2 degrees there, but steadily, with each new pulse of eruption driving the number higher. And as temperatures rose, the atmosphere changed. Warmer air holds more water vapour. This is basic physics, a fundamental property of the relationship between temperature and humidity. When you warm the atmosphere, you do not merely make it feel warmer, you increase its capacity to hold moisture evaporated from the oceans, and you increase the rate at which that moisture eventually falls back to Earth as precipitation. The Triassic world already had a powerful monsoon system. Pangaea's enormous landmass created dramatic temperature differentials between the sun-heated interior and the ocean-cooled coast, and those differentials drove seasonal monsoon circulation patterns of considerable intensity. But the warming driven by the Wrangellia eruptions supercharged those monsoons. The ocean temperatures climbed, evaporation rates increased, the moisture content of the atmosphere surged, and the monsoons that arrived at the coast of Pangaea brought water in quantities that dwarfed anything the preceding millions of years had experienced. The interior of Pangaea, that vast desert that had been essentially uninhabitable for complex life, began to receive rain. Not occasional rain, not the brief, violent desert thunderstorms that dump a season's worth of precipitation in a single afternoon and then vanish. Persistent, sustained, repeated, transforming rain. Rain that soaked into soils that had been bone dry for geological ages. Rain that collected in depressions and formed lakes. Rain that trickled into channels and began cutting rivers through landscapes that had never carried flowing water. The chemical evidence for all of this is preserved in the rocks. When scientists analyze sediments from this period, they find carbon isotope anomalies that indicate massive injections of volcanic carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. They find oxygen isotope signatures in ancient soils that point to significant changes in both temperature and rainfall patterns. They find sulfur isotope evidence of accelerated rock weathering, a chemical process that only happens at meaningful rates when there is substantial water flowing across the landscape for extended periods of time. And the sediment itself speaks. Across what is now Europe, North America, South America, Africa, Asia, and Antarctica, the the geological record from this period shows the same striking transition. Below a certain horizon, the rocks are red, oxidized, the signature of a hot, dry environment where sediments are exposed to air for long periods. Above that horizon, the rocks shift to grey, to dark organic rich deposits, to lake beds and river channel fills, the unmistakable signature of a wet environment where water was abundant and persistent. This transition appears on every major landmass. It is one of the most globally consistent climate signals in the entire Triassic record. Whatever happened, it happened everywhere. The world that emerged from this transition was profoundly different from the world that had preceded it. The great desert interior of Pangaea was gone, or at least greatly reduced. In its place, a new landscape was appearing, river systems that had never existed before, cutting through the red rock of the interior, carrying sediment and nutrients toward the sea. Lakes forming wherever the topography allowed, filling slowly over seasons and years and centuries until they became permanent features of the landscape. Wetlands spreading out from every watercourse, their dark, saturated soils harbouring an explosion of plant growth. The vegetation response to the new moisture was dramatic. Seeds and spores that had been waiting, in some cases for millions of years, for conditions that could support their germination and growth, suddenly found those conditions available. Ferns and horsetails and early conifers spread rapidly into the moistened interior. Within a relatively short geological time, measured in thousands of years rather than millions, the landscapes of Pangaea's interior were transformed from desert to something approaching lush. But transformation always has costs. The animals that had inhabited the Triassic world before the rains were animals built for a different world. They had evolved over millions of years to thrive under specific conditions. The seasonal monsoons of the coasts, the hot, dry interior, the sharply alternating wet and dry seasons that characterized the Triassic climate before the Carnian pluvial episode. They were specialists, in the way that evolution tends to produce specialists under stable conditions, well adapted to what had always been and not particularly well equipped for something radically new. The rhynchosaurs, those enormously successful, abundant barrel-bodied herbivores, were built around a specific plant community. Their specialized teeth were perfect for processing the seeds and fibrous tissues of seed ferns and related Triassic plants. When the climate shift transformed the plant communities, replacing the seed fern-dominated landscapes with conifer-heavy forests, the rhynchosaurs found their food base disappearing. Their fossils become dramatically less common in sediments deposited during and after the Carnian pluvial episode. Many lineages disappeared entirely. The etosaurs, those armoured herbivores that had been so abundant in the pre-Carnian Triassic, also struggled with the new conditions. Their armour, so effective against predators in a world where they had time to stand their ground and defend themselves, was a liability in waterlogged landscapes where mobility was often more valuable than protection. Their nesting behaviours and reproductive strategies, adapted to the dry seasonal environment, were disrupted by the transformed landscape. The Rauisuchians, the great predators, faced a double blow. Their prey was disappearing as the herbivores declined, and their own bodies, massive and metabolically demanding, found the disrupted food chains increasingly inadequate to support them. Large predators are always the most vulnerable to ecosystem disruption, because they exist at the top of a food pyramid, and any reduction in the pyramid's lower levels inevitably reaches the top eventually. The Carnian pluvial episode is associated with a significant turnover event in the fossil record. Not quite a mass extinction, on the scale of the Great Dying, but a profound restructuring of terrestrial communities. Old lineages declined or disappeared. New lineages expanded into the ecological spaces being vacated. Among those new lineages expanding quietly incrementally were the dinosaurs. The early dinosaurs had certain qualities that made them rather better suited to the transformed world than many of their contemporaries. Their upright posture and efficient locomotion, already an advantage in many conditions, became particularly valuable in a landscape of waterlogged ground, deep mud, and constantly shifting terrain. Moving through mud is energetically expensive for sprawling animals whose lateral gait drives each foot into the substrate at an angle. Upright animals can extract their feet more efficiently from sticky ground, can cross soft terrain with less energy expenditure. Their elevated metabolism, probably higher than the cold-blooded Rauisuchians and many other Triassic reptiles, was an advantage in the cloudy, often cool, wet season conditions of the transformed world. Cloud cover reduces the availability of solar radiation that cold-blooded animals rely on for thermoregulation. An animal that can generate its own body heat from metabolic processes is simply more capable of sustained activity under overcast skies. Their relatively small size, so apparently limiting in the world before the rains, became an asset in the fragmented landscape of the Carnian pluvial. Large animals need large territories. When the landscape is fragmented by rivers and lakes and wetlands into patches of habitable ground separated by flooded areas, large animals cannot meet their territorial needs. Small animals can persist in patches too small to support the giants. And their dietary flexibility, their tendency toward omnivory and generalized feeding strategies, served them beautifully in a world where the food webs were in constant flux. When one food source disappeared, or became scarce, they could switch to another. The diversification of the dinosaurs that followed the Carnian pluvial episode is one of the most dramatic events in evolutionary history. Before the episode, dinosaurs were sparse and ecologically marginal. During and after it, their diversity explodes in the fossil record. New body plans appear rapidly. New sizes, new feeding strategies, new locomotor adaptations. The basic template of the dinosaur body plan was proving itself extraordinarily plastic, capable of being modified by evolution in dozens of different directions in response to the dozens of new ecological opportunities that the transformed world was offering. The rain had killed the old world. The dinosaurs were inheriting what came next. Let us take a walk through the world of the late Triassic, 220 to 230 million years ago, after the Carnian pluvial episode has begun its work and the dinosaurs have started their rise. This is the world where the first dinosaur dynasty was assembling itself, species by species, adaptation by adaptation, filling the spaces opened by the climate transformation with an extraordinary diversity of forms. We begin in the south. In what is now South America, the same landscapes that gave us the very earliest dinosaur fossils are now, a few million years later, producing a rather richer picture. The Ishigualasto Formation is overlain in places by the Los Colorados Formation, and together they preserve a window into the late Triassic of South America that is among the best anywhere in the world. In these ancient landscapes, the sauropodomorphs were beginning their extraordinary journey. Sauropodomorphs would eventually become the sauropods, those enormous, long-necked, four-legged giants that are among the most recognizable animals in all of paleontology. Brachiosaurus, Diplodocus, Argentinosaurus, the most massive land animals that have ever lived. All of them descended from a lineage that began in the late Triassic with animals that were, by later standards, quite modest. Panphadia was one of the earliest, a small bipedal animal with leaf-shaped teeth that suggests a diet mixing plant material with perhaps some animal protein. It was herbivorous or omnivorous rather than fully carnivorous, which distinguished it from many of its contemporaries in the earliest dinosaur record and pointed toward the ecological role that sauropodomorphs would eventually dominate. Eoraptor, which we have already met, may itself be a very early sauropodomorph according to some analyses, though its exact position in the dinosaur tree remains debated. What is clear is that by the late Triassic, the sauropodomorph lineage was diversifying, and the animals it was producing were getting larger. Plateosaurus is perhaps the most famous of the early sauropodomorphs, though it comes from Europe rather than South America, being one of the best-known Triassic dinosaurs overall because of the extraordinary abundance of its fossils in what is now Switzerland, Germany and France. Plateosaurus was a substantial animal, reaching lengths of 5 to 10 meters, making it one of the larger terrestrial animals of its time anywhere in Pangaea. It walked primarily on 4 legs, though it could rear up on its hind limbs, and it had the distinctive long neck and small head that already prefigures the sauropod body plan to come. Plateosaurus fossils are remarkable for their abundance. In certain sites in Germany, particularly in the Feuerletten mudstone, hundreds of Plateosaurus skeletons have been found, apparently representing animals that died together or in similar circumstances, possibly trapped in soft mud, possibly victims of seasonal drought after the Carnian pluvial episode had begun its eventual retreat. Whatever the exact circumstances, the accumulation tells us that Plateosaurus was a common, widespread, successful animal in the late Triassic of Europe, grazing in herds through the transformed landscape, its long neck giving it access to vegetation at heights that smaller animals could not reach. The teeth of Plateosaurus were leaf-shaped and serrated at the edges, well suited for shearing plant material. Its hands were interesting, with a large thumb claw that it may have used for defense or for manipulating vegetation. Its hips and legs were built for supporting substantial body weight, already showing the structural reinforcement that would eventually have to support hundreds of tons in the larger sauropods. Theropods were diversifying rapidly in the same period. The theropods were the branch of the dinosaur tree that included all the large carnivores, from the small early predators of the Triassic through Allosaurus and Tyrannosaurus, and all the way to the birds living outside your window today. In the late Triassic, the theropods were still mostly small to medium-sized, but they were spreading across Pangaea and exploring the range of environments and ecological roles available to active bipedal predators. Coelophysis is one of the most important of these early theropods, and it is known from one of the most extraordinary fossil sites in all of paleontology. Ghost Ranch in New Mexico has produced hundreds of Coelophysis skeletons, preserved in what appears to have been a catastrophic death assemblage, animals that died together in large numbers, possibly victims of a flood or a drought that concentrated them around a shrinking water source before killing them all at once. Coelophysis was a slender, graceful animal, perhaps 2 to 3 meters in length, built for speed rather than power. Its bones were hollow, reducing weight without sacrificing strength. Its skull was long and narrow, set with numerous small, sharp teeth, ideally suited for catching fast-moving prey, small reptiles, large insects, fish if water was available. Its legs were long and lean, built for sustained running. The tail was long and flexible, acting as a counterbalance when the animal leaned forward to strike at prey. The abundance of Coelophysis at Ghost Ranch has raised fascinating questions about its behaviour. Were these animals social? Did they travel in groups, perhaps for cooperative hunting, or simply for the safety that comes with numbers? The preserved skeletons include individuals of all sizes and apparent ages, from juveniles to fully grown adults, which suggests the group included animals of different life stages rather than a single age class. Many paleontologists today think Coelophysis was at least somewhat social, perhaps forming loose aggregations that provided some protection from predators and possibly some advantages in finding food. Elsewhere in the late Triassic world, other theropods were appearing. Liliensternus from Europe was somewhat larger than Coelophysis, approaching 5 meters in some estimates, and had a proportionally larger skull suggesting it could tackle larger prey. Chindosaurus from the American Southwest was another early theropod, adding to the growing picture of a diverse and geographically widespread predatory dinosaur fauna, beginning to assert itself across Pangaea. The Ornithischians, the third major branch of the dinosaur tree, were also present in the late Triassic, though they are less well known from this period than the sauropodomorphs and theropods. Ornithischians would eventually produce some of the most spectacular dinosaurs: Triceratops with its magnificent horns and frill, Stegosaurus with its backplates and spiked tail, Ankylosaurus with its armoured body and club tail, the hadrosaurs or duck-billed dinosaurs that formed enormous herds in the late Cretaceous. All of these were Ornithischians, all members of the bird-hipped branch of the dinosaur family tree, distinguished by a backward-pointing pubic bone and a suite of features in the skull associated with plant processing. In the late Triassic, Ornithischians are known primarily from fragmentary remains, teeth, isolated bones, trackways rather than complete skeletons. Pisanosaurus from Argentina is among the earliest possible Ornithischians, a small bipedal animal with cheek teeth suggesting a primarily herbivorous diet. Eoraptor from South Africa is another early Ornithischian candidate, a small running animal whose fossils preserve enough detail to identify the distinctive features of the group. The late Triassic Ornithischians were small and apparently not particularly numerous, at least in the environments where fossilization was most likely to preserve their remains. This has led to suggestions that early Ornithischians may have preferred different habitats, perhaps drier or more elevated terrain where preservation was less likely, or that they were genuinely less abundant than the sauropodomorphs and theropods of their time. But they were there. The ancestral stock from which all those magnificent later forms would emerge was already present, already diversifying in small ways, already accumulating the traits that would eventually make Ornithischians so remarkably successful. If we could look at a late Triassic ecosystem in its entirety, Perhaps something like what is preserved in the Chinle Formation of the American Southwest, or the Lowenstein Formation of Germany, we would see a world already different from the pre-Carnian Triassic, but not yet the full dinosaur-dominated world of the Jurassic. We would see dinosaurs as significant players, probably making up 30 to 50% of the large vertebrate fauna in many localities, with the Rauisuchians and other non-dinosaurian archosaurs declining but still present, and the cynodonts retreating but still occupying their small mammal-like niches in the undergrowth. We would see the new plant communities established by the Carnian pluvial transformation, conifers and ferns and horsetails covering landscapes that had been desert a million years before. We would see rivers running in new channels carved by the great rains, their banks lined with vegetation, and their waters full of fish and early crocodilians. We would see pterosaurs in the sky, the earliest flying vertebrates exploring an aerial world that nothing had claimed before them. And we would see, beginning to take on the outlines of a dynasty, the dinosaurs moving through this world with increasing confidence, no longer marginal, no longer the small and peripheral things they had been a few million years before. Something was changing in the balance of the Triassic world. The old rulers were weakening, the new rulers were growing stronger. The throne was not yet empty, but it was, unmistakably, beginning to be vacated. Let us slow down. Let us leave the broad sweep of the evolutionary history and the geological transitions and the fossil assemblages and their percentage breakdowns, and let us simply be, for a while, in the Triassic world. Not as scientists measuring and categorizing, but as presences wandering through an ancient landscape, letting it wash over us the way a landscape does when you give it enough quiet attention. It is late afternoon in the Triassic. The sun, slightly larger in the sky than it will be in 100 million years, but not noticeably so to an observer without instruments, is beginning its descent toward the west. The light is golden and long, the same quality of late afternoon light that exists in our own time, that warm amber cast that makes shadows stretch and every texture appear more pronounced. You are standing in what will eventually become Central Europe, though the continent of Europe does not yet exist and will not exist for a very long time. You are standing in the mid-latitudes of northern Pangaea, which is a somewhat more temperate region than the equatorial deserts further south. The Carnian pluvial episode has been underway for perhaps 200,000 years. The landscape around you has been transformed. The ground beneath your feet is slightly soft, not waterlogged, not this afternoon in the dry season, but retaining a moisture that the ground in this latitude would not have held before the rains came. The soil is dark in places, organically rich, the accumulated decomposition of several 100,000 years of increased plant growth. It smells of earth, of the particular deep mineral scent that saturated ground releases when it begins to dry. It is not unpleasant. It is ancient and full and alive. The vegetation is extraordinary by any standard you might bring from your own time. There are no trees in the conventional sense, no broad-leafed deciduous trees with their familiar rounded canopies and comfortable shadows. What you see instead are conifers, early forms of the families that will eventually produce pines and cypresses and yews, though they look different from their descendants, less uniform, more varied in their growth forms. Some are enormous, their trunks rising 40 or 50 meters before the canopy spreads, straight and pale and smelling of resin in the warm afternoon air. The resin smell is rich and sharp, a clean medicinal scent that carries far on the breeze. Around the larger conifers, tree ferns spread their fronds at various heights, creating a layered understory that catches the filtered light. The fronds are large and deeply divided, dark green in the shade and golden green where the light reaches them directly. They move in the occasional gusts of wind that come through, a soft and continuous rustling that is one of the predominant sounds of the Triassic forest. There are horsetails along the stream margins, growing 2 or 3 meters tall in some places, their segmented stems giving them an almost architectural quality, as though they have been designed rather than grown. They are ancient, members of a lineage so conservative that the horsetails of your own time look almost identical to these, evolutionary stability across 230 million years. The forest floor is covered in a deep, soft mat of debris, fallen fronds and small branches and shed conifer needles, some of it still green, most of it in various stages of decomposition. Fungi are everywhere in this layer, their delicate threads and occasional fruiting bodies breaking down the organic matter, recycling nutrients back into the soil. The smell of the forest floor is dark and complex, rich with the scent of this perpetual decomposition. You hear water. Not far away, perhaps 100 meters through the trees, a stream runs over a bed of pale stones. The sound is quiet and continuous, a low murmur that provides an undertone to every other sound the forest makes. In the Triassic, the streams and rivers are more numerous than they were before the rains came, and permanent water is now something the landscape contains almost everywhere, rather than the precious and concentrated resource it was in the dry Triassic of earlier times. You hear insects. Many, many insects. The air above the forest is alive with them, clouds of small flying things moving in the shafts of afternoon light, larger beetles cruising through the understory, dragonfly-like forms hovering over the stream margins. The insect explosion of the Carnian pluvial episode is still underway. The tremendous diversification of beetle and fly and aquatic insect lineages that followed the expansion of forests and the proliferation of standing water. The sound of all these insects together is a continuous soft vibration, the hum of a world extraordinarily alive at its smaller scales. Movement catches your eye. On the forest floor, among the fern fronds, something is moving. It is small, perhaps 30 centimeters long, and it moves quickly, pausing to probe the debris with a narrow snout before darting forward. It is one of the cynodont relatives, a small insectivorous animal, something like a large shrew in its proportions and apparent habits, though its body plan is distinctly reptilian in ways that are hard to describe without reference to features now extinct. It picks up something from the debris, a large beetle or a millipede, and chews it with the rapid, precise movements of an animal with complex dentition. Then it disappears under a root. Higher up, on a conifer branch perhaps 15 meters above the ground, a pterosaur has settled. It is small, the wingspan perhaps half a meter, and it sits in the manner of a very strange bird, its wing membranes folded against its body, its long-jawed head turning occasionally to look at something in the air around it. Then it launches itself, abruptly and without apparent warning, and flaps with quick, strong wing beats into the open air above the canopy, where it disappears from view. The first masters of the sky, already comfortable in a world only they have truly conquered. You follow the sound of water to the stream. The banks are soft and dark, cut by the current into small cliffs of dark sediment 2 or 3 meters high in places, their faces decorated with the imprints of past floods, horizontal layers of silt laid down one after another across thousands of years. At the waterline, the tracks of many animals have been impressed into the mud. You can see the 3-toed impressions of small dinosaurs, the sharper, more delicate prints of something like a small cynodont, the broad, flat imprints of a large temnospondyle that came here to drink or to hunt. In the water itself, beneath the smooth surface where the current is slow near the bank, you can see fish. They are not large, perhaps 20 centimeters in the biggest, and they hover in the current with the economical movements of fish everywhere and always, barely moving their fins, maintaining position with the subtle adjustments of a body that has been perfected for its medium. They are members of lineages that are mostly extinct now, early ray-finned fishes quite different from the modern salmon or trout that occupy similar positions in modern streams. Then you see the dinosaur. It is not large, perhaps 1.5 meters from nose to tail bipedal, picking its way along the opposite bank of the stream with careful attention to the footing. Its head is turned toward the water, and its eyes, large and forward-looking, are tracking something beneath the surface. It takes another step, and then another, very slowly now, the body held in a slight crouch. Then it strikes, impossibly fast, its head driving down into the water, and when it lifts its head again there is a small fish crosswise in its jaws. It stands there for a moment, this small carnivorous dinosaur, the fish still wriggling. Then the fish is gone, swallowed whole. The animal shakes its head once, blinks, and continues its progress along the stream bank, looking for the next opportunity. This is not a famous dinosaur. It has no name that will appear in textbooks. It may not have been found by paleontologists yet, maybe a species still waiting to be discovered in a rock formation that no one has quarried in the right place. But it is real, or something very much like it was real, and its ordinariness is part of what makes it remarkable. This is not a dramatic animal. It is not hunting in a landscape of spectacle. It is simply doing what animals have always done, moving through its world, finding food, being alive with the unremarkable intensity that life always has when you look at it closely enough. Behind you, Deeper in the forest, something larger is moving. The sound of it is different from the small things you've been observing. A heavier footfall. The sound of something that has weight, that displaces the world around it as it moves. A Rosutian, perhaps, one of those great Triassic predators making its way through the trees in the late afternoon. Or perhaps one of the larger sauropodomorph dinosaurs, a Plateosaurus relative, its long neck extended as it reaches for the high branches of a conifer. You cannot see it clearly through the trees. The forest is dense enough that it is just shapes and sounds and suggestion, but you are aware of it, the way you are always aware of large things in dense forest, through feeling as much as through sight or sound. The light is fading now. The long afternoon gold is deepening toward the amber of near dusk. In the canopy above, the insects are changing their pattern, the daytime species retreating and the crepuscular ones beginning to emerge. Somewhere in the trees, a small cynodont, an insectivore warming up for its nocturnal hunt, is beginning to move. These are your ancestors, in the most precise evolutionary sense, and they are waking up as the sun goes down, preparing to move through the dark with the careful, whisker-twitching alertness of an animal that has learned to claim the night as its own. The stars will be extraordinary tonight, when the sky finally clears. They will be the same stars that are visible from your own time, the same constellations in their ancient positions, though the precession of the Earth's axis means they will appear in slightly different orientations. Orion will be there, and the Pleiades, and the same vast river of the Milky Way arching from horizon to horizon. Above the Triassic forest, as above everything else, the sky is patient and constant and very, very old. Let the forest settle around you, let the sounds layer themselves into a comfortable background, the insect hum, the stream's murmur, the occasional soft movement of unseen animals in the undergrowth. Let the smell of resin and earth and water fill your senses. This is 230 million years ago, and it is also simply evening, simply dusk, simply the quiet and complex moment when a day ends and something older and more patient than day takes over. There is great peace in deep time if you let it find you. The past is a very large country, and its distances are enormous enough to make every human urgency small. Out here in the Triassic forest, all of human history has not yet happened. All of human anxiety has not yet been invented. There is only this, the fading light, the warm air, the sound of the stream, the distant movement of ancient animals going about their ancient business. Breathe it in. Let it settle. We will carry this image with us as we continue the story. Just when the dinosaurs had fought their way to the verge of dominance, just when the Carnian pluvial episode had opened the door for them and they had walked through it with such extraordinary evolutionary enthusiasm, just when the old order was finally collapsing and the future was beginning to look like theirs, the Earth had one more catastrophe in store. 201 million years ago, at the boundary between the Triassic and the Jurassic, the world ended again. Not entirely. Not on the scale of the Great Dying, but significantly enough that it qualifies as one of the 5 major mass extinctions in Earth's history, a boundary event so severe that geologists use it to define where one geological period ends and another begins. The End-Triassic extinction event wiped out somewhere between 70 and 80% of all species, reshaping life on land and in the sea in ways that took millions of years to fully express. The cause, as you may have begun to notice is often the case in Earth's history, was volcanoes. This time, the volcanic province in question is known as the Central Atlantic Magmatic Province, or CAMP, and it is one of the largest large igneous provinces in Earth's history. As the name suggests, it erupted in the region associated with the opening of the Central Atlantic Ocean, because 201 million years ago Pangaea was finally beginning to break apart. The rifting that would eventually separate North America from Africa and South America from Europe was starting, and along the rift zones, where the crust was thinning and fracturing under the tensional forces of the separating plates, magma was finding its way to the surface. The camp eruptions were immense. Lava fields covered what is now eastern North America, northwestern Africa, southwestern Europe, and parts of South America, totaling an estimated area of several million square kilometers. The eruptions were episodic, occurring in pulses over perhaps 600,000 years, each pulse adding new lava and new volcanic gases to the accumulating geological and atmospheric record. And the gases, as always, were the real story. Carbon dioxide levels, already elevated by Triassic baseline conditions, spiked dramatically as the camp eruptions began. Estimates suggest atmospheric CO2 may have doubled or more in the brief geological interval of the main eruption phases. Global temperatures rose rapidly, ocean acidification intensified, and the climate disruptions that followed cascaded through ecosystems that had no time to adapt. The fossil record preserves the End-Triassic extinction in remarkable clarity in certain well-studied sections. In the marine realm, the ammonites were nearly wiped out, the corals suffered massively, and many other marine invertebrate groups lost the majority of their species. On land, the extinction was just as severe. The non-dinosaurian archosaurs took the final blow they needed. The Rhoasuchians, those powerful apex predators that had competed with early dinosaurs throughout the Triassic, did not survive the End-Triassic extinction. After millions of years of dominance, after surviving the Carnian pluvial episode in reduced but still extant form, they were finally eliminated. The End-Triassic crisis, with its rapid climate disruption and food web collapse, pushed them past the point of no return. The etosaurs also disappeared. Those armoured herbivores that had been such a constant presence in Triassic faunas across the world went extinct at or very near the Triassic-Jurassic boundary. Their fossils are present in Triassic deposits, absent in Jurassic ones, with essentially no transitional species or relic populations to bridge the gap. Many of the large phytosaurs, crocodile-like archosaurs that had been important semi-aquatic predators throughout the Triassic, were also eliminated. The large-bodied temnospondyle amphibians that had persisted from the early Triassic into the late Triassic were greatly reduced in diversity, with most of their remaining lineages disappearing. The cynodont radiation was badly affected. Many of the cynodont lineages that had been carefully accumulating mammalian features throughout the Triassic did not make it past the extinction boundary. What survived were primarily the smallest, most adaptable, most generalized forms, the direct ancestors of true mammals, animals that had retreated into the smallest ecological niches and the most generalized diets, animals for whom low metabolic overhead and flexible food requirements were life-saving adaptations in a world where food webs were collapsing. In the oceans, the extinction restructured marine communities profoundly. The ichthyosaurs, which had been diverse and successful throughout the Triassic, suffered major losses at the boundary. The nothosaurs disappeared entirely. The placodonts were extinct. What survived in the marine realm was a substantially simplified fauna, one that would need millions of years of Jurassic recovery to rebuild anything like the diversity that the Triassic had accumulated. But here is the critical thing, the thing that makes the End-Triassic extinction so pivotal in the story of the dinosaurs. The dinosaurs made it through. Not without losses, Triassic dinosaur diversity did not survive the boundary entirely intact. Some lineages that had been present in the latest Triassic are not found in the earliest Jurassic. The Herrerasaurids, those early carnivorous dinosaurs from South America that had been among the very first of their kind, apparently disappeared. Some of the early sauropodomorphs did not survive. But the core lineages, the ones that would go on to define the Jurassic world, made it through. The early theropods survived. The early sauropodomorphs that would give rise to the true sauropods survived. The ornithischian lineages survived, or at least enough of them to repopulate the world that opened up on the other side of the extinction. Why did the dinosaurs survive when so many of their contemporaries did not? This is a question that paleontologists continue to study and debate, and the answer is probably not simple. Multiple factors were likely at work. Dietary flexibility was certainly part of it. Small theropods with generalized diets capable of eating insects, small vertebrates, eggs, carrion, and possibly some plant material had options when any single food source disappeared. Dietary generalists are generally more resilient to extinction than specialists, because extinction events tend to disrupt specific food webs rather than eliminating all food sources simultaneously. The elevated metabolic rate of dinosaurs, already suggested for many species in the late Triassic by various lines of evidence, may have been both a liability and an asset during the extinction crisis. On one hand, higher metabolic rates require more calories, making survival harder when food is scarce. On the other hand, the adaptations that come with high metabolic rates, including more efficient respiration, better temperature regulation, faster growth, and potentially more sophisticated behavioral flexibility may have provided advantages in the disrupted environments of the extinction boundary. The hollow air-filled bones that were already characteristic of some dinosaurs by the end of the Triassic were related to a respiratory system that included air sacs in addition to simple lungs, a system that would eventually be refined into the extraordinarily efficient flow-through breathing apparatus of modern birds. This kind of breathing system is dramatically more efficient at extracting oxygen from air than the simpler lungs of most other reptiles. During periods of environmental stress, when forest fires associated with the volcanic aerosol disruptions may have reduced oxygen availability or filled the air with particulates, more efficient respiration would have been a genuine survival advantage. There is also, and this is something we cannot fully quantify but must acknowledge, the element of circumstance. Some extinctions are survivable if you happen to be in the right place at the right time. If a particular lineage had populations distributed across multiple different habitats and geographic regions, if it had sufficient numbers in those populations to weather local catastrophes, if the particular disruptions of the extinction event happened to spare some of the key ecological roles it occupied, then it might survive while similar lineages that happened to be more geographically concentrated or ecologically specialized did not. The dinosaurs, by the end of the Triassic, were distributed across Pangaea in a way that probably gave them the geographic resilience to survive localized catastrophes. They were not concentrated in any single region. They were not dependent on any single food source or any single habitat type. They were a broadly distributed, ecologically diverse group of animals, and broad distribution and ecological diversity are among the most reliable predictors of extinction survivorship. And so the dinosaurs survived. They crossed the Triassic-Jurassic boundary diminished but intact, carrying with them the accumulated evolutionary investments of 50 million years of dinosaur history. The upright posture, the efficient gait, the elevated metabolism, the flexible diet, the hollow bones and efficient respiratory system, the basic body plan that had proven so adaptable throughout the Triassic, and that would prove even more adaptable in the Jurassic that followed. On the other side of the extinction boundary, the world was open. The great non-dinosaurian archosaurs were gone. The large temnospondyls were gone. Many of the large-bodied cynodont lineages were gone. The ecological spaces they had occupied, the niches they had competed for with the dinosaurs throughout the Triassic, were empty, or nearly so. For the first time in their history, the dinosaurs faced a world that was not already full of successful competitors. A world of open niches, abundant resources, and absent rivals. A world, in short, that was ready to be claimed. They did not wait long to claim it. The early Jurassic is a relatively poorly known period in paleontology, which is frustrating because it was one of the most important chapters in the history of life. It was the period during which the dinosaurs went from being a successful, but still developing group of mostly medium-sized animals to the undisputed rulers of every major terrestrial ecosystem on Earth. The transition happened quickly, in geological terms almost instantaneously. Within perhaps 10 to 15 million years of the end-Triassic extinction, dinosaurs had diversified into the full range of ecological roles available to large land animals, and they had done so in ways that would define the organization of terrestrial ecosystems for the next 150 million years. To understand what happened in the early Jurassic, we need to think about what was available. After the end-Triassic extinction had cleared the field of so many competitors, the world of the earliest Jurassic was ecologically impoverished by the standards of what came before. There were few large herbivores. There were few large predators. There were abundant plants, because plant communities, while they were certainly affected by the extinction event and the volcanic disruptions that caused it, recover faster than animal communities because plants can reproduce from spores and seeds and rootstock with a speed that vertebrate animals cannot match. All those plants and very few large animals eating them. This is what ecologists call an evolutionary opportunity event, or what earlier we called an ecological release. When the constraints on a group are removed, when the competitors disappear and the ecological spaces open up, evolution can move quickly. The lineages that happen to have the right basic body plan, the right fundamental adaptations, can diversify with remarkable speed into the available niches, because the selective pressures are so strong and so clear. There is abundant food in the plant-eating niches. Anything that can eat plants effectively and reach a sufficient size to access the full range of plant types will prosper. Anything that can hunt the plant eaters will also prosper. The dinosaurs had the right basic body plan. The sauropodomorph lineage, those early dinosaurs with long necks and herbivorous tendencies that we met in the Triassic, responded to the opening of the large herbivore niche with extraordinary evolutionary enthusiasm. The Plesiosaurus-like animals of the late Triassic, modest in size and still partially bipedal, evolved with startling rapidity into the true sauropods, those four-legged giants that would define the Jurassic landscape. Volcanodon from what is now Zimbabwe is one of the earliest true sauropods, dating to approximately 190 million years ago in the earliest Jurassic. It was already a substantial animal, perhaps 10 to 11 meters long, walking on four massive pillar-like legs, its neck already elongated beyond the Plateosaurus condition. It was not yet on the scale of the later Jurassic giants, but it was clearly on the trajectory toward them, and it was already filling the large herbivore niche in ways that its Triassic ancestors could not. The theropods were also diversifying rapidly. With the Robesutians gone, the large predator niche was open. Theropods that in the Triassic had been constrained to small and medium sizes by the presence of larger, non-dinosaurian competitors were now free to evolve into larger forms. Dilophosaurus from the early Jurassic of North America reached lengths of 6 meters, making it one of the largest known theropods of its time, and its discovery in deposits dating to the earliest Jurassic tells us that the theropod evolution toward larger size was rapid in the immediate aftermath of the extinction. The Ornithischians, those bird-hipped dinosaurs that had been so scarce and marginal in the Triassic, also began their expansion in the early Jurassic. Small Ornithischians became more numerous. Multiple Ornithischian lineages began to diverge from one another, beginning the long evolutionary journeys that would eventually lead to ceratopsians, stegosaurs, ankylosaurs, and hadrosaurs. But perhaps the most significant development of the early Jurassic, in terms of its long-term consequences for the history of life, was not the sauropods or the theropods or even the diversifying Ornithischians. It was something smaller and stranger, and in many ways more significant. In the forests and undergrowth of the early Jurassic world, the cynodont descendants were continuing their evolution. The tiny, probably warm-blooded, probably nocturnal insect eaters that had survived the end-Triassic extinction in the most generalized and adaptable niches were still there, still diversifying, still accumulating mammalian features with each passing generation. By the early Jurassic, animals that most paleontologists would classify as true mammals had appeared. Morganocodon and its relatives, tiny shrew-like creatures known from teeth and jaw fragments from early Jurassic deposits in Europe, represent some of the first animals we can confidently call mammals. They had the distinctive mammalian ear structure, with the bones that in their cynodont ancestors formed the back of the jaw, now reduced and incorporated into the hearing apparatus. They had complex molar teeth with precise occlusal relationships for processing insect exoskeletons. They were, almost certainly, fully warm-blooded. They were also tiny, and they were living in a world ruled by dinosaurs. For the next 150 million years, the mammals would remain small, remaining in the ecological margins while the dinosaurs expanded and diversified, and ultimately dominated every major terrestrial niche. The early Jurassic was not their moment. Their moment was coming, but it required one more extinction, one more clearing of the ecological stage. For now, the mammals watched from the undergrowth as the dinosaurs inherited the world. And inherit it they did. By the Middle Jurassic, approximately 170 million years ago, the transformation was complete. The tentative, diverse, still developing dinosaur fauna of the early Jurassic had solidified into something recognizably the age of dinosaurs in the fullest, most dramatic sense. Sauropods of extraordinary size were browsing the conifer forests of every major landmass. Barosaurus, Cetiosaurus, Shunosaurus, animals approaching 20 or 30 meters in length, their footsteps sending vibrations through the ground that could be felt at considerable distances. Their long necks allowed them to harvest vegetation at heights that no other animal could access, and their enormous bodies created a kind of mobile vegetation processing system of unprecedented efficiency. Theropod predators had also reached impressive sizes. Megalosaurus from Europe, one of the first dinosaurs ever formally named by scientists, was a substantial carnivore, probably 6 to 8 meters long, hunting the large sauropods and whatever else it could bring down. Spinosaurus relatives were beginning to diversify in northern Africa. The long evolutionary journey from the small, quick, three-toed predator that had caught fish in a Triassic stream to the enormous theropod apex predators of the Jurassic and Cretaceous was well underway. Stegosaurs had appeared by the Middle Jurassic, their distinctive backplates already present, their spiked tails already serving as weapons against predators. Ankylosaur precursors were evolving their armour. The ceratopsian lineage was beginning in Asia with small, bipedal ancestors very different from the horned giants they would eventually produce. And the pterosaurs, those flying archosaurs that were the dinosaurs' closest relatives in the sky, were diversifying into an extraordinary range of forms. From small insectivores to fish-eating specialists to filter feeders, the pterosaurs were exploring the aerial world with the same evolutionary enthusiasm that the dinosaurs were bringing to the land below them. By the late Jurassic, approximately 150 million years ago, the world that science has made famous was fully realized. The Jurassic world, the world of Brachiosaurus and Allosaurus and Stegosaurus and Diplodocus, was the world that the first small Triassic dinosaurs had been working toward, though they did not know it and could not have imagined it. The world they had struggled to survive in during the mid-Triassic, always peripheral, always in the shadow of the Rauisuchians and the Aetosaurs and the abundant Rhynchosaurs, had been completely remade around them. It had been remade, in the end, by a combination of events that the dinosaurs had not caused and could not have predicted. The Carnian pluvial episode, that 2 million year deluge that had disrupted the dominant mid-Triassic fauna and created the ecological spaces where dinosaurs could first diversify. The end-Triassic extinction, that final volcanic catastrophe that had cleared the last significant non-dinosaurian competitors from the terrestrial scene. Two great disruptions, separated by 33 million years, that together had transformed the dinosaurs from marginal early Triassic opportunists to the rulers of a world that was now thoroughly and completely theirs. The inheritance was complete. We have travelled a long way tonight, from the ravaged landscapes of the post-extinction early Triassic, through the cautious beginnings of the first small dinosaurs, through the competitive crowding of a Triassic world still dominated by other animals. We have walked through the transformed landscapes of the Carnian pluvial episode, and we have watched the dinosaurs find their footing in a world the rain had remade for them. We have survived the end-Triassic extinction alongside them, and we have seen them emerge into the Jurassic with the world open before them, and no one left to dispute their claim to it. And now let us be still for a moment, and consider what all of this means. Not in the scientific sense, not in terms of geological periods and faunal assemblages and isotopic signatures in ancient rock, but in the larger sense, the sense that reaches across time and touches the present moment, the sense that connects those first small Triassic dinosaurs to everything you see and hear and touch in the world around you today. The story of the Triassic dinosaurs is, at its deepest level, a story about patience and contingency, about the particular way in which great things emerge not through deliberate effort or any kind of plan or intention, but through the slow accumulation of small advantages, small adaptations, small incremental improvements in the fit between an animal and its world, happening one generation at a time, across spans of time so vast that the word accumulation barely captures them. The first dinosaurs were not better than the animals around them in any absolute sense. The Rauisuchians were not inferior predators by the standards of their time. The Rhynchosaurs were not inadequate herbivores. The Cynodonts were not evolutionary dead ends waiting to be superseded. They were all perfectly good animals in a perfectly good Triassic world, well adapted to the conditions they actually faced and performing their ecological roles with the efficiency that natural selection had shaped them for over millions of generations. What the dinosaurs had was not superiority. What they had was a particular combination of features, an upright gait, an elevated metabolism, dietary flexibility, hollow bones, and related respiratory efficiency that happened to be especially valuable in the conditions that were about to develop. They were pre-adapted, in the language of evolutionary biology, to a world that did not yet exist but was in the process of being created by volcanic forces and climate shifts they could not perceive. This is one of the most profound lessons in the long story of life on Earth. Evolution does not plan ahead. Natural selection cannot foresee future environments. What it does is produce variation, endless variation, and then test that variation against the current conditions, eliminating the least fit and preserving the more fit. What this means is that adaptations valuable in future environments can accumulate in lineages living in present environments where those adaptations are merely neutral or only marginally useful, not yet fully tested by the conditions under which they will eventually prove decisive. The upright posture of the early dinosaurs was useful in the Triassic. It made them better runners, more efficient at sustained locomotion. But it was not so dramatically superior to other locomotor strategies that it alone would have guaranteed dinosaur dominance in a stable Triassic world. It was one of many possible body plans competing for ecological space. But when the world changed, when the Carnian rains came and flooded the desert interior and made movement across soft, waterlogged terrain suddenly critical, the upright posture proved to be precisely the right adaptation for precisely the right conditions. What had been a modest advantage became a decisive one, because the conditions had changed to match what the dinosaurs were carrying. This is how so many of the great transitions in life's history have worked, not through the arrival of some inherently superior design, but through the intersection of a pre-existing design with a newly changed world. The winners of extinction events are not usually the strongest or the most complex or the most intelligent. They are the ones who happen to be carrying the right features for the world that opened up after the catastrophe. The dinosaurs were those animals in the Triassic. They happened to be carrying the right features for the world that the Carnian pluvial episode and the end-Triassic extinction created. And what did they do with their inheritance? They built one of the most extraordinary dynasties in the history of life. 165 million years of dinosaur dominance, from the small bipedal forms of the late Triassic to the towering giants of the Jurassic to the feathered, fast-running, sophisticated creatures of the Cretaceous. They filled every major ecological niche available to large land animals. They colonized every continent, adapted to every climate, explored every available food source. They evolved into such diversity that the word dinosaur barely contains them. The titanosaur sauropods of South America, weighing perhaps 80 or 90 tons, the most massive land animals in Earth's history. The ceratopsians of North America and Asia, with their elaborate horns and frills in dozens of different configurations, each adapted to the particular social and environmental pressures of its population and its time. The hadrosaurs, the duck-billed dinosaurs, with their complex nasal passages that may have been used for communication, their large eyes suggesting sophisticated vision, their herding behavior suggesting social complexity. The theropods, the branch that remained bipedal and mostly carnivorous throughout the dinosaur era, produced some of the most impressive predators that have ever walked the earth. Spinosaurus, perhaps the largest terrestrial predator of all time, adapted for fishing in the rivers of Cretaceous North Africa. Giganotosaurus and Tyrannosaurus, apex predators of the southern and northern continents respectively in the late Cretaceous, their metabolisms running hot, their sensory systems sophisticated, their hunting strategies perhaps more complex than we used to imagine. And then there are the ones we tend to forget are dinosaurs at all, the birds. The evolution of birds from within the theropod lineage is one of the most extraordinary transitions in all of vertebrate evolution, and its roots go back to the very beginnings of the dinosaur story. The hollow bones, the air-sac respiratory system, the elevated metabolism, the complex social behaviours, the parental care that is so characteristic of modern birds, all of these have their deepest origins in the features that define the earliest dinosaurs. By the Cretaceous, small feathered theropods were already present and diverse, Anchiornis and Microraptor and Archaeopteryx, and dozens of others representing various stages in the long evolutionary continuum from ground-running predatory dinosaur to true bird. By the end of the Cretaceous, birds were already recognisably modern in many of their fundamental features, already diverse, already occupying aerial and aquatic and terrestrial niches across the globe. And when the asteroid came, 66 million years ago, and ended the age of the non-avian dinosaurs, the birds survived. They survived because they were small, because their feathers and their metabolisms gave them resilience to the rapid climate changes that followed the impact, because their feeding flexibility allowed them to find food in a disrupted world. They survived and they diversified, and today there are approximately 10,000 species of birds on Earth, more species than any other group of land vertebrates. Every bird you have ever seen is a dinosaur. The pigeon on the city street is a dinosaur. The eagle circling above the mountain is a dinosaur. The sparrow at the feeder, and the penguin in the ocean, and the ostrich on the African plain are all, in the most precise evolutionary sense, dinosaurs. Theropod dinosaurs, specifically, walking among us in feathered form, carrying in their bodies the accumulated evolutionary legacy of 230 million years. And there is something else that the Triassic dinosaurs left behind, something more indirect but no less real. They left behind the world that eventually made us. When the non-avian dinosaurs went extinct 66 million years ago, they did not simply vacate the Earth. They vacated the ecological niches they had occupied. The large herbivore niches, the large predator niches, the medium-sized generalist niches, all of these suddenly became available in ways they had not been for 165 million years. The mammals, those small, warm-blooded, mostly nocturnal descendants of the Triassic cynodonts that had spent the entire age of dinosaurs in the ecological margins, were waiting. They had been accumulating their own adaptive features throughout the Mesozoic, refining their teeth and their brains and their reproductive strategies in the dark margins of the dinosaur world. When the dinosaurs were gone, the mammals were ready. The Cenozoic, the age of mammals that followed, was an explosion of diversification as rapid and as dramatic as the dinosaur radiation of the early Jurassic had been. Whales evolved from land mammals within roughly 10 million years of the end Cretaceous extinction. The ancestors of elephants, horses, rhinoceroses, lions, deer, and every other large mammal group appeared within the first 20 million years of the Cenozoic. And eventually, along one of the smaller-bodied primate branches, the lineage that would produce the great apes, and then the hominids, and then Homo sapiens began its own long, improbable journey. You exist because the Triassic dinosaurs evolved. You exist because those small, quick, bipedal animals in the Ishigualasto Formation survived long enough to diversify. You exist because the Carnian pluvial episode favoured them over their competitors. You exist because they survived the end Triassic extinction when so many other animals did not. You exist because they dominated the world for 165 million years, and in doing so kept the mammals small and nocturnal and adaptable, accumulating features they would need when their own moment finally came. The chain of cause and effect that connects Eoraptor, feeding on insects in a Triassic streambed 230 million years ago, to you, lying here in the quiet of this night, is long and intricate and full of improbability at every link. There is no step in that chain that was guaranteed. There is no moment at which the outcome was inevitable. The whole thing could have gone differently at 100 different junctures. But it did not go differently. It went this way. And this way led here, to the world we know, to the lives we live, to the moment you are inhabiting right now, comfortable and safe and perhaps already beginning to drift toward the edges of sleep. Somewhere in the deep genetic memory of your body, encoded in the molecules that carry the instructions for making you, there are traces of the Triassic, patterns laid down in biology before the first dinosaur walked, connections to the reptilian past that preceded us and shaped us in ways we are still learning to understand. The Triassic is not a distant, disconnected past. It is your past. It is the ground beneath the ground beneath the ground of everything you are. And that is a remarkable thing to carry with you as you drift towards sleep. We have come a long way together tonight. From the broken world of the post-Permian, still smoking and empty and slowly, painfully rebuilding, through the strange crowded Triassic, where the dinosaurs were new and marginal, and the world belonged to other things, through the rain that changed everything, and the extinction that opened the door, and the long, extraordinary inheritance of the Jurassic and beyond. You have travelled 230 million years tonight, and arrived back here, in the quiet of wherever you are, carrying the ancient world softly somewhere behind your eyes. Let it settle now. Let the images fade gently, the conifer forests and the stream banks and the small quick dinosaur with its fish, the Rauisuchian in the deep Triassic forest, the Plateosaurus reaching for the high canopy, the first birds lifting themselves from the end Cretaceous into the sky of a new world. Let all of it settle, the way sediment settles in still water, slowly and completely until everything is quiet. You are safe, you are warm, the present moment holds you perfectly and completely. Thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed this prehistoric journey and would like to see more videos like this, please consider leaving a like and subscribing to the channel. It really does help us continue making more content. Anyway, see you in the next one. Dream well. Dream of ancient rain and ancient forests and the first footsteps of the animals that made our world. You carry their story with you into the night, and it is a very beautiful story, and it belongs to you. Good night. The Middle Triassic, roughly 247 to 235 million years ago, was a period of genuinely remarkable biological recovery. If the early Triassic had been the emergency room of evolutionary history, all crisis and triage and barely stabilized survivors, the Middle Triassic was the slow, incremental process of rehabilitation and return. The oceans led the recovery, as they often do, because marine environments tend to buffer climate extremes more effectively than terrestrial ones. The shallow coastal seas around Pangaea were filling up with new forms. The reef-building organisms that had been so devastated by the Great Dying were beginning to regenerate, not with the same species, those were gone, but with new builders, new architectural strategies for the same ancient project of creating three-dimensional living structures in shallow sunlit water. The ammonoids, those coiled cephalopods that had nearly been eliminated, were diversifying with what paleontologists sometimes describe as almost unseemly haste. New species appearing, new forms exploring new depths and feeding strategies, as though evolutionary time itself was trying to make up for what had been lost. On land, the process was slower and more uneven. Some regions recovered faster than others. The equatorial zones, which had been among the most severely affected during the extinction, because of their already extreme heat, remained difficult environments. The higher latitudes, where temperatures were less extreme, and some refugia had survived the worst of the Permian crisis, showed richer faunas earlier. The vegetation that was re-establishing itself across the recovering land masses was, compared to what the Permian had contained, relatively simple. Seed ferns of the dicroidium type were enormously widespread, particularly in the southern hemisphere, dominating plant communities from Argentina to Antarctica to India to Australia, forming the forests that the recovering herbivore fauna was feeding on. Conifers were present and diversifying, their remarkable tolerance for variable conditions making them colonizers of disturbed and recovering landscapes. The moisture-demanding plants that had been common in Permian forests were less abundant, because the climate of the early and middle Triassic was generally drier than what had preceded it. Animals were filling the recovering ecosystems with new forms. The archosaurs were particularly successful in this recovery period, and their diversification in the middle Triassic set the stage for everything that followed. The fundamental split within the archosaur tree, between the line that would produce crocodilians and the line that would produce birds and non-avian dinosaurs, was already established, and both branches were beginning to diversify into their characteristic ecological roles. Early dinosaur line archosaurs that are not quite fully dinosaurs, animals like Marsuchus and Legopithun from South America, are known from the Middle Triassic, and they give us a window into what the immediate predecessors of the dinosaurs looked like. These were small, lightly built bipedal animals, fleet and quick, their ankle structure already showing the modifications that would define the dinosaur lineage. They were not yet dinosaurs in the strict sense, but they were very nearly so, carrying most of the features that would characterize the group in a form not quite complete. The climate of the Middle Triassic showed some recovery from the extreme heat of the earliest Triassic, though it remained significantly warmer than today, and the interior desert conditions of Pangaea persisted. The seasonal monsoon patterns that characterize Pangaea's climate were well established, bringing periodic heavy rain to the coastal margins while leaving the interior largely dry. Life continued its patient concentration along the coasts and the river corridors that penetrated the interior, filling the habitable margins while the vast central deserts remained largely barren. It was in this world, in the mid-latitudes of southern Pangaea, that the first dinosaurs were taking their earlier steps. Let us look more carefully at those steps, at the specific physical features that made the early dinosaurs what they were, and gave them the potential to become what their descendants eventually became. The ankle joint of a dinosaur is worth understanding, because it was one of the key innovations that defined the group and contributed to their success. In most reptiles, the ankle is a complex structure with multiple bones moving against one another, allowing a range of motions that include significant rotation. This gives sprawling reptiles their characteristic gait, the lateral undulation and the outward swing of the lower leg that you can observe in a modern lizard or crocodilian walking on land. This gait is functional but energetically costly over long distances, because the centre of mass is continuously shifting laterally as the animal moves. The dinosaurs evolved a simplified ankle joint, with a hinge-like configuration that restricted movement to a single plane, the forward-backward plane of locomotion. This sounds like a limitation, but it was actually a tremendous advantage. By restricting the ankle to a simple hinge, the dinosaur limb could be organised into a more efficient pillar, transferring the force of each footstep directly upward through the leg into the hip and spine rather than dissipating it through lateral motions. The result was a gait that was both more efficient for sustained locomotion and capable of generating greater speed per unit of muscle effort. Combined with the upright posture, which placed the legs directly beneath the body rather than out to the sides, this gave early dinosaurs a locomotor advantage that became more and more significant as evolutionary time went on. The basic dinosaur body plan was an energy-efficient locomotor system, and in a world where the ability to cover ground mattered enormously, whether for finding food, escaping predators, or colonizing new habitats, energetic efficiency was a meaningful competitive advantage. The forelimbs of early dinosaurs were reduced relative to the hind limbs, and this is another feature worth noting. The bipedal stance meant that the forelimbs were freed from locomotion entirely, leaving them available for other functions. In carnivorous dinosaurs, this would eventually be elaborated into the grasping, striking forelimbs of theropods, weapons and tools independent of the locomotor system. In the early sauropodomorphs, the forelimbs were retained as at least facultative locomotor organs, capable of supporting weight when the animal chose to move on all fours, but also capable of being used for reaching and manipulation. The hands of early dinosaurs often retained 5 fingers in the most primitive forms, but the outer fingers were already reduced in size and function, with the inner 2 or 3 carrying the majority of functional importance. The thumb was often the largest and strongest, bearing a large claw in many species, and this thumb claw would be significant in the evolution of dinosaur feeding strategies across the group. The neck of early dinosaurs was already somewhat elongated relative to many other reptiles of their time, and this tendency toward neck elongation would become one of the defining features of sauropodomorph evolution, eventually producing the extraordinary neck proportions of the great Jurassic sauropods. But even in the early Triassic, the slightly longer neck was useful, giving the animal a larger reach when feeding, allowing it to survey its surroundings more effectively while standing still, and contributing to the overall elongated, efficient body plan of the group. The skull of early dinosaurs showed a consistent pattern of large eye orbits, suggesting that vision was important and that the eyes themselves were large relative to body size. This is consistent with the hypothesis of elevated metabolism and active habits, because animals that are active and need to respond quickly to visual stimuli tend to have larger eyes relative to brain size than sluggish, ambush-reliant animals. The large eyes of early dinosaurs may also suggest at least partial activity during the dusk and dawn periods when light is reduced but not absent, an important time for both hunting and avoiding predation. These were the features that the first dinosaurs carried into their world, nothing that was immediately revolutionary, nothing that made them obviously superior in all circumstances to all their competitors, but a suite of features that work together into a coherent, flexible, energy-efficient body plan that proved capable of extraordinary evolutionary elaboration. And elaborate it did, across the 230 million years that followed. The fossil record of the earliest dinosaurs is still growing. Each decade brings new discoveries that push back our knowledge, fill gaps in the picture, and sometimes challenge interpretations that had seemed well established. The story of the first dinosaurs is not a finished story. It is a story still being told, one excavation at a time, in ancient sediments scattered across every continent. What we know from that record includes some remarkable details about the behaviour and ecology of these earliest animals. Take the question of sociality. Did the earliest dinosaurs live alone, or in groups? This is surprisingly hard to answer from the fossil record, because the bone beds and mass death assemblages that provide the best evidence for group behaviour tend to be associated with later, larger dinosaurs whose remains are more likely to preserve in concentrations. The earliest dinosaurs were small, their bones fragile, their populations possibly not large enough in any given area to produce the kind of dense fossil accumulations that clearly indicate group living. But there are hints. At some sites in the late Triassic, multiple individuals of the same species are found in close association. This could be coincidental, reflecting animals that independently found their way to a water source and died there. Or it could reflect animals that travelled together, that maintained some kind of social bond. The answer would matter, because social behaviour, the ability to coordinate actions with other members of your species, is associated with cognitive complexity and with certain kinds of ecological flexibility that would have been valuable in the changing world of the late Triassic. The evidence from trackways is also suggestive. Triassic dinosaur tracks are known from multiple sites, and some of them show parallel sets of tracks, multiple individuals moving in the same direction at the same time. This is not conclusive evidence of group behaviour. Parallel tracks could reflect animals that use the same path at different times. But it is at least consistent with the possibility that early dinosaurs sometimes moved in loose associations. The question of metabolism remains one of the most actively debated topics in dinosaur paleontology, and it is relevant to the earliest members of the group because their metabolic status would have significantly influenced their ecology and their competitive interactions with other animals. For a long time, the default assumption was that dinosaurs were ectotherms, cold-blooded in the way that modern lizards and crocodilians are cold-blooded, dependent on external heat sources to regulate body temperature. This was partly because dinosaurs were reptiles, and the popular assumption was that all reptiles were cold-blooded, and partly because the metabolic demands of maintaining a constant high body temperature seemed inconsistent with the large body sizes of many dinosaurs. But the evidence has steadily shifted toward the view that at least most dinosaurs were something more than simple ectotherms. Bone microstructure studies show that many dinosaurs grew rapidly throughout their lives, in a pattern more consistent with warm-blooded endothermy than with the slower, more episodic growth of cold-blooded reptiles. Isotopic analyses of dinosaur bone chemistry suggest body temperatures in ranges consistent with warm-bloodedness for many species. The respiratory anatomy of theropods, with its air sac system related to the breathing apparatus of modern birds, is associated in living animals with the high oxygen demands of endothermic metabolism. The current consensus, still evolving and still debated in its details, is that dinosaurs were mesotherms or endotherms, maintaining elevated body temperatures through either active metabolic heat generation or through the thermal inertia of very large body masses, or through some combination of both. This would have made them fundamentally different from the cold-blooded reptiles with which they shared the Triassic world, and it would have given them both the advantages of warm-bloodedness, constant activity regardless of temperature, rapid growth, sustained performance and the costs of it, higher food requirements and greater vulnerability to famine. For the earliest dinosaurs, small and probably fully endothermic, this metabolic strategy was both a challenge and an opportunity. In a world where food resources were variable and often unpredictable, the higher caloric demands of an endothermic small dinosaur were a real burden. But the ability to be active at any time of day or night, in any weather condition, gave these animals an ecological range that cold-blooded competitors could not match. The picture we have, then, of the earliest dinosaurs is of small, metabolically active, possibly social, omnivorous or carnivorous animals with efficient locomotion and large eyes, living in a world that was still dominated by other animals but was beginning, very slowly, to change in ways that would favour them. They were waiting, in the patient way of evolution, for the world to catch up with what they were. And in 234 million years ago, the world began its long catching up. The competitive ecology of the Middle Triassic was more complex than any simple narrative of dinosaurs versus rivals can capture. Ecological communities are not simple hierarchies with clear winners and losers. They are webs of interaction, where every species affects every other species in multiple ways simultaneously, and where the removal or addition of one element can ripple through the whole in ways that are difficult to predict. The Rauisuchians, for all their power and size, were not simply eating machines moving through a passive landscape. They were part of an integrated ecological system, in which their presence structured the behaviour of other animals, shaped the evolution of their prey, and influenced the distribution of resources across the landscape. Think about what it means to have a predator like Postosuchus in your ecosystem. An animal that could reach lengths of 6 or more meters, moving on 2 or 4 legs depending on the species, with a skull designed for serious hunting, would have created a zone of fear across a very large area. The prey animal sharing its habitat, the rhynchosaurs and smaller archosaurs, and even the early dinosaurs, would have organized their daily movements, their habitat preferences, their feeding times, and their social behaviours around the reality of this threat. Fear, in the ecological sense, has real physical effects on animal communities. Animals that are prey species spend less time feeding and more time being vigilant when predator pressure is high. They avoid certain habitats that provide cover for ambush. They aggregate in groups more readily because there is safety in numbers. These behavioural changes have population-level consequences for plant communities, which are grazed less intensively when herbivores are watchful and mobile, and for the physical landscape, which is shaped differently when animals are avoiding certain areas and concentrating in others. The Rauisuchians also competed with one another. Large predators are territorial, and the territorial behaviour of large Triassic predators would have created a mosaic of overlapping and exclusive ranges across the landscape. The spaces between territories, the buffer zones and the marginal areas where dominant individuals did not patrol intensively were precisely the spaces where smaller animals, including early dinosaurs, could find some relief from predation pressure. There is an ecological principle at work here that is worth sitting with for a moment. The presence of a dominant predator can actually create ecological space for smaller, more marginal predators by creating fear in the prey community that limits prey concentration in areas the dominant predator controls. In the margins and the buffers, where the large predators do not go, smaller predators can hunt with more freedom. This is called the landscape of fear, and it is a real phenomenon documented in modern ecosystems. It is possible, and perhaps even likely, that the early dinosaurs benefited from this dynamic in the Triassic. The territories of the great Rauisuchians may have created boundaries and margins where smaller predatory dinosaurs could find prey with somewhat less competition from the dominant animals. The cost of living in these marginal areas was that the resources were less predictable and less abundant. The benefit was that you were less likely to be eaten by something enormously larger than yourself. The Etosaurs present a different kind of ecological interest. Their armour, those beautiful interlocking plates of bone covering their backs and sides, is among the most elaborate defence systems in the Triassic vertebrate fauna. Armour evolves in response to predation pressure, and the elaborate armour of Etosaurs tells us something about the intensity of predation in their world. The Rauisuchians were big enough and powerful enough to potentially overcome the defensive armour of smaller Etosaurs, but the larger Etosaurs, those reaching 3 or 4 metres in length and covered in substantial bone plate coverage, would have been extremely difficult prey, even for the largest Triassic predators. There is something almost medieval about the Etosaurs. Those armoured flanks and the spines projecting from the edges of the carapace in some species bring to mind armoured knights, and the parallel is not entirely inappropriate. These were animals that had essentially decided, evolutionarily speaking, that the best defence against predators was to become too difficult and too costly to attack. Rather than rely on speed or camouflage or group defence, the Etosaurs invested in passive armour to the point where attacking them was probably not worth the effort for most predators. The cost of this strategy was the weight of the armour, which is substantial, and the reduction in locomotor agility that comes with carrying a heavy dorsal shell. Etosaurs were not fast animals. They were not built for flight. They were built for standing their ground. In a Triassic world with predictable predation pressures and stable food resources, this strategy worked beautifully. In the transformed world of the Carnian pluvial episode, where mobility and adaptability suddenly mattered more than passive defence, the armour that had been an asset became a liability. The cynodonts, of all the Triassic animals that were not dinosaurs, are perhaps the most poignant. Here were animals so close to being mammals that the distinction can feel like splitting hairs. They breathed and probably maintained body temperature in ways more mammalian than reptilian. They had complex teeth that processed food with mammalian efficiency. Some of them probably nursed their young on some early equivalent of milk, or at least provided intensive parental care in ways that exceed what most reptiles offer. They were warm and smart and adaptable, and they had survived the worst mass extinction in Earth's history. And yet the Triassic was not their moment. Twice in the Triassic they had their potential dominance undermined. First by the Archosaurs generally, who outcompeted them for the large body-size ecological niches in the recovery period after the Great Dying. Then by the dinosaurs specifically, who proved to be better large-bodied competitors in the conditions that developed. The cynodonts were pushed into the small, nocturnal, insectivorous margins of the Triassic world, and they stayed there for 150 million years. But they stayed there alive, they stayed there evolving, and when the time finally came, they were ready. The transformation of Pangaea's climate during the Carnian pluvial episode was not a uniform or simple event. 2 million years is a long time, and the conditions during those 2 million years were not constant. The fossil and geological record suggests a more complex pattern of alternating wet and relatively drier phases within the overall wet period, driven by the episodic nature of the Wrangellia volcanic activity. When the eruptions were most intense, the greenhouse gas injection into the atmosphere was at its peak, and the warming and moistening of the climate was most extreme. During these peak phases, conditions were probably close to what the most dramatic descriptions of the Carnian pluvial episode suggest: continuous, intense rainfall, flooded interiors, transformed ecosystems. Between the eruptive pulses, as the volcanic activity slowed, conditions would have moderated somewhat. The climate did not revert to the extreme aridity of the pre-Carnian Triassic during these interludes, because the greenhouse gases already accumulated in the atmosphere did not disappear instantly. But the most intense rainfall would have eased, and ecosystems would have experienced something closer to a very wet version of normal, rather than the full deluge. This cycling created its own evolutionary pressures. Animals and plants that could survive both the peak wetness and the reduced wetness of the interluval periods were at an advantage over specialists committed to either extreme. The selective pressure was for flexibility, for the ability to shift strategies as conditions shifted, for what might be described as ecological resilience. The dinosaurs, with their omnivorous tendencies and their locomotor efficiency across variable terrain, had this flexibility. The more specialized Triassic animals, those whose particular body plans and feeding adaptations had been finely tuned to the pre-Carnian conditions, had less room to adapt to the constant fluctuation. There is also the matter of disease and parasite dynamics in the transformed world. This is an aspect of ancient ecology that is very difficult to read directly from the fossil record, because parasites and pathogens rarely fossilize in ways that preserve their identity. But modern ecology gives us reason to think that the Carnian pluvial episode would have significantly altered the disease environment of Triassic animals. Warm, moist conditions favour pathogens and parasites. The constant wetness of the Carnian world would have created ideal conditions for fungi, for waterborne parasites, for disease organisms that require humidity to survive outside a host. The animals most vulnerable to these new disease pressures would have been those living in dense populations in moist environments, exactly the kind of population structure that many of the previously dominant Triassic animals had maintained. Early dinosaurs living at lower densities and in more varied environments may have been less vulnerable to the disease dynamics of the transformed world. This is speculative, because we cannot directly observe the disease ecology of 230 million years ago, but it is a plausible component of the overall picture of why some groups declined and others diversified during the Carnian. The chemical changes that accompanied the increased rainfall were also significant. Rain is not chemically neutral. It interacts with the atmosphere, picking up dissolved gases, and it interacts with the rocks and soils it falls on, dissolving minerals and creating solutions that flow into rivers, lakes, and eventually the oceans. 2 million years of dramatically increased rainfall would have substantially altered the chemistry of soils and freshwater systems across Pangaea. Increased weathering of silicate rocks, which occurs more rapidly under wet conditions, would have drawn down some of the atmospheric carbon dioxide as it reacted with the dissolved silicates, producing carbonate minerals that eventually accumulated as sediment. This weathering feedback is one of Earth's long-term climate regulatory mechanisms, tending to reduce CO2 levels over millions of years when weathering rates are high. But it operates too slowly to have provided relief during the Carnian itself. The volcanic injection of CO2 from the Wrangellia eruptions overwhelmed the weathering drawdown during the active phase of the episode. In the rivers and lakes, the increased mineral load from weathering would have altered the chemistry of the water in ways that affected aquatic life. Some species would have thrived in the enriched waters. Others, more sensitive to chemical changes, would have struggled. The aquatic ecosystems of the Carnian were themselves in rapid transition, and the animals that depended on them for food or for reproduction were consequently under pressure. The first freshwater ecosystems of real complexity, with multiple trophic levels and diverse species assembling into something approaching the richness of modern rivers and lakes, appear in the geological record during and after the Carnian pluvial episode. Before the episode, freshwater habitats were present but relatively simple, dominated by a few fish species and large predatory amphibians. After the episode, freshwater diversity had expanded dramatically, with multiple fish lineages, early crocodilian relatives exploring the rivers, aquatic insects forming complex food webs, and the beginnings of the richly layered freshwater ecosystems that we would recognize today. This expansion of freshwater habitat and freshwater diversity was part of the inheritance that the Carnian pluvial episode left behind for the Jurassic world. The rivers and lakes that were carved and filled by 2 million years of rain did not simply disappear when the rain ended. They became features of the landscape, ecological contexts that persisted for millions of years and continued to support the diverse communities that had developed within them. Every river ecosystem in the Jurassic was a legacy of the Carnian rains. Every lake, every delta where rivers met the sea, building up their sediments into the rich mudflat habitats that supported such diverse life. The Carnian did not just change the animals, it changed the physical structure of the world those animals lived in, and that physical structure persisted long after the rains themselves had moderated. Beyond the major dinosaur groups we have already discussed, the late Triassic produced several remarkable animals that deserve more attention, because they flesh out the picture of what the dinosaur world actually looked like during its first dynasty. Eodromaeus murphy, which we have met briefly, represents an important piece of the theropod puzzle. Its anatomy suggests it was a more cursorial animal than some of its contemporaries, built for sustained running across open ground rather than burst and pursue hunting in dense vegetation. Its skull was lightly built and narrow, with teeth that curved slightly backward, helping to hold prey once seized. The backward curve of the teeth is a feature that appears in many theropods, and it makes anatomical sense. Once a struggling prey animal is gripped, the backward curved teeth resist the animal pulling away, because the more it struggles, the more deeply the teeth engage. The distribution of late Triassic dinosaurs across Pangaea is worth contemplating. By the end of the Triassic, dinosaurs had spread to every major landmass. We find them in South America and North America, in Europe, in Africa, in India, in China, in Australia. Pangaea was still largely intact as a continent, which meant that dispersal across it, while requiring time and many generations of movement, was physically possible in ways it would not be once the continents began separating. This global distribution matters for understanding dinosaur evolution, because it means that different dinosaur populations in different parts of Pangaea were subject to different local conditions, different local competitors, different local resources. Natural selection was operating on the same basic dinosaur template in dozens of different ecological contexts simultaneously, and the result was the beginning of the geographic divergence that would eventually produce the very different dinosaur faunas of the Jurassic and Cretaceous. The sauropodomorphs of the late Triassic illustrate this particularly well. The Plateosaurus of European late Triassic deposits was a somewhat different animal from its South American relatives, not dramatically different, but showing the influence of the somewhat different conditions it inhabited. European late Triassic environments were somewhat more seasonal and perhaps somewhat drier than the South American ones of the same period, and Plateosaurus shows some adaptations to these conditions in its teeth, its feet, and some aspects of its skull morphology. The theropods of the late Triassic were also geographically variable. The Coelophysis of North America and the Lilian sternus of Europe were both small cursorial predators occupying similar ecological roles, but they show enough differences in their anatomy to be clearly distinct animals, products of separate evolutionary lines developing in parallel in different parts of the supercontinent. Geographically, the late Triassic dinosaur fauna was already a mosaic of local variations on common themes, and that mosaic structure was the foundation for the extraordinary diversification of the Jurassic. When the end Triassic extinction cleared the field and the ecological spaces opened up, it was this geographically diverse dinosaur fauna that radiated into them. Different regional populations, carrying different sets of anatomical variations accumulated over millions of years of local evolution, were positioned to exploit different aspects of the opening world. The diversity of early dinosaur diets is also worth emphasizing, because dietary diversity was one of the keys to dinosaur success. Among the late Triassic dinosaurs we know, we find the full range from carnivores to herbivores to omnivores, with some lineages apparently occupying intermediate positions and being willing to exploit whatever food was available. The question of whether any of the very earliest dinosaurs could digest significant quantities of plant material is interesting, because fully herbivorous digestion requires either a very long gut, allowing extensive fermentation of plant material, or some kind of specialized gut bacteria, or both. Small early dinosaurs with their relatively simple body plans may not have had the gut capacity to be fully herbivorous, which might explain the tendency toward omnivory or mixed diets in the earliest members of the group. True herbivory, the ability to subsist primarily on plant material, seems to have evolved multiple times within the dinosaurs in parallel as different lineages independently developed the gut architecture and fermentation capacity to make plant material their primary resource. The early sauropodomorphs, even the relatively small ones, were already beginning this transition to herbivory, their leaf-shaped serrated teeth and their increasing body sizes both pointing toward the fully herbivorous lifestyle that the true sauropods would eventually embody. The ornithischians were apparently herbivorous from quite early in their history. Their cheek teeth adapted for plant processing from the beginning of the lineage's fossil record. It is worth pausing to appreciate just how diverse the dinosaur fauna was already becoming in the late Triassic, before any of the dramatic diversification of the Jurassic had occurred. We had small omnivorous bipeds, we had medium-sized carnivorous bipeds, we had increasingly large partially bipedal herbivores, we had the first hints of four-legged giants in the making. We had animals adapted to open, drier environments, and animals adapted to the wet lowland forests of the transformed post-Carnian world. We had animals living in dense forest, and animals patrolling the open floodplains. This early diversity was the foundation. The Jurassic sauropods were not created from nothing. They were elaborations of tendencies already visible in the late Triassic sauropodomorphs. The Jurassic theropods were enlargements and refinements of the late Triassic theropod pattern. The extraordinary ornithischian radiations of the Cretaceous had their roots in the small, modestly diverse ornithischians of the Triassic. Every dynasty has a first generation, and the first generation of the dinosaur dynasty was already, in the late Triassic, laying down the patterns that would define everything that followed. Let us return to our sensory exploration of the Triassic world, and this time let us look at what the night was like. The Triassic night had a quality entirely different from its days. During the day, the world was loud with insects and active with the movement of reptiles and early dinosaurs, all the diurnal animals going about their sun-warmed business. But at dusk, as the temperature began to fall, and the insect chorus shifted from the daytime species to the crepuscular and nocturnal ones, the character of the forest changed completely. The large Rauisuchians, those massive cold-blooded predators, became less active at night. Like modern large crocodilians, they could be active at night when necessary, but their cold-blooded metabolism made prolonged nighttime hunting less efficient. They tended to rest, to conserve warmth, to wait for the sun to return and warm them back to full activity. This is where the cynodonts came into their own. Those small, warm-blooded, almost mammalian animals in the undergrowth had been waiting all day, sheltering from heat and from predation, and now they emerged into the cooling night with their whiskers and their large eyes and their elevated metabolisms that kept them warm and active regardless of the air temperature. The night forest was theirs, or at least the nocturnal zones were theirs, the spaces between roots and fallen branches, the leaf litter where beetles and millipedes moved in the dark, the low branches where insects gathered around the warmth of decomposing vegetation. The cynodonts moved through these spaces with the quick, precise movements of animals that had evolved specifically for this niche, every sense calibrated for the dark. Did any of the early dinosaurs share this nocturnal world? Some evidence suggests they might have. The large eye orbits of some early dinosaurs, particularly some small theropods, are suggestive of at least crepuscular or partially nocturnal habits. The competition with cynodonts for nocturnal insectivore niches may have pushed some early dinosaur lineages toward different temporal activity patterns than their larger relatives. Or the large eyes may simply have been useful for the dusk and dawn periods when many prey animals are most active. The sounds of the Triassic night would have been strikingly different from a modern forest at night. No frog chorus, though some of the temnospondyle amphibians may have produced vocalizations, probably abundant insect sound, the stridulation of crickets and the like beginning in the late Triassic if not earlier, the quiet rustling of small cynodonts in the leaf litter, the occasional heavy slow movement of a large archosaur rearranging itself in the darkness. and perhaps, very occasionally, the sound of small dinosaur feet moving quickly through the undergrowth, a quick, precise tapping of three-toed feet on hard ground, the pause of an animal that has heard something interesting, then the rustle of vegetation as it investigates or retreats. The sky at night would have been spectacular. The moon, somewhat closer to the Earth than it is today, and therefore appearing slightly larger, would have been a significant light source on clear nights, casting shadows through the Triassic forest and illuminating the open ground near water with a cool silver light. On the darkest nights, without the moon, the stars would have been breathtaking. The Milky Way a broad river of light across the sky, entirely undimmed by any human illumination. Animals living and hunting under these skies had no knowledge of stars as distant suns. The sky was simply the sky, background to everything else, beautiful and unchanging and full of light that helped them see and navigate in the dark. The seasonal cycle of the Triassic would have been deeply felt by the animals living through it. The wet season, when the monsoons came in from the coast and rain fell for weeks, when rivers swelled and the landscape turned a vivid green, was a time of abundance. Food was everywhere, water was available. Reproduction was often timed to the wet season so that young would be born into an environment rich with resources. The dry season that followed was harder. Rivers shrank, vegetation dried back. Smaller animals that had been abundant during the wet season became scarce or dormant. The large animals that depended on those smaller animals for food had to range farther, to work harder, to manage their energy budgets more carefully. Some species entered a kind of seasonal torpor, reducing their metabolic rates and their activity levels during the harshest parts of the dry season. The dinosaurs, with their apparently elevated metabolisms, could not afford torpor in the way cold-blooded animals can. They had to keep finding food through the dry season, which meant they had to be mobile, had to be capable of moving to where food was available, and had to be flexible enough in their diet to exploit whatever resources they encountered. This seasonal pressure was itself an evolutionary force, shaping the early dinosaurs toward the locomotor efficiency and dietary flexibility that would serve them so well when the Carnian rains came and changed everything. The landscape itself had a beauty in the Triassic dry season that is different from but not less striking than the lush wet season. The dried riverbeds, exposing pale pebbles and ancient rock, were highways through the landscape. The remaining patches of vegetation around permanent water sources glowed impossibly green against the baked red rock of the dry interior. The light had a clarity and sharpness that humid landscapes never achieve, each rock and plant and animal shadow sharp-edged in the dry, transparent air. Dust storms came occasionally in the dry season, filling the air with fine red particles that could reduce visibility to nearly nothing and coat everything in a thin layer of ochre. Animals rode out these storms in whatever shelter they could find, pressed against the leeward sides of rocks or huddled under the dense canopy of conifers if they were near enough to the forest. The storms passed in hours or days, leaving behind a landscape freshly coated in dust, every footprint and track from before the storm erased, a clean record waiting to be written again. This was the Triassic world in its full, complex, sensory reality, a world of extraordinary contrasts, of abundance and scarcity, of beauty and harshness, of ancient stability and approaching change. A world where every living thing was precisely calibrated to its moment and its conditions, carrying the evolutionary history of millions of years in its bones and its behavior, entirely adapted to what was and entirely unprepared for what was coming. The end-Triassic extinction did not happen at a single moment. Like all mass extinctions, it was a process, extended across hundreds of thousands of years, with different groups affected at different times and at different rates. The experience of living through an extinction event, if such a phrase has any meaning for animals without our capacity for temporal perspective, would have been the gradual and confusing experience of a world becoming less and less recognizable. The first sign, in any given region, might have been the decline of familiar food sources, plants that had always been present becoming scarcer, prey species that had always been available becoming harder to find, the behavior patterns that had worked for millions of years beginning to yield worse results. Then the predators and larger herbivores, the Rauisuchians, reduced in numbers as their prey base thinned, competing more intensely with one another and with the growing dinosaur fauna, the Etosaurs, their plant food changing as the end-Triassic climate disruptions altered vegetation communities. The large amphibians, many of them tied to specific freshwater habitats, that were themselves being disrupted by the climate changes associated with the camp eruptions. The volcanic gases of the camp eruptions, particularly sulfur dioxide, would have had complex effects on the atmosphere and on rainfall chemistry. Sulfur dioxide reacts with water vapour to produce sulfuric acid aerosols, which reflect solar radiation back into space and cause short-term cooling, but which also eventually come down as acid rain, damaging vegetation and acidifying freshwater systems. The alternation between brief cooling phases associated with sulfur aerosols and prolonged warming phases associated with carbon dioxide buildup would have created rapid, difficult-to-adapt-to climate oscillations that would have stressed already pressured ecosystems. The forest fires that appear in the geological record at the end Triassic boundary, preserved as carbon-rich layers in the sedimentary sequence, are evidence of the climate disruptions reaching into the physical fabric of the landscape. Vegetation that was not killed by acid rain or temperature extremes was sometimes burned, either by lightning strikes in the disturbed atmosphere or by the spread of fires started by volcanic activity itself. The charcoal layers of the end Triassic are haunting evidence of forests burning, of landscapes being reduced to ash in the short term, of centuries or millennia required for recovery. The early Jurassic recovery from the end Triassic extinction was slow by any measure except geological ones. The first few million years after the boundary show relatively depauperate faunas, both on land and in the sea. Diversity was low, ecological complexity was reduced. The food webs that had taken so long to assemble in the Triassic had been disrupted, and reassembling them took time. But the dinosaurs were there, in those impoverished early Jurassic faunas, and they were not waiting for the recovery to happen around them. They were driving it. As dinosaur populations grew and diversified, as sauropodomorphs became larger herbivores and theropods became larger predators, as ornithischians began their long diversification, they were filling the ecological spaces and creating the predator-prey relationships and the plant-animal interactions that would rebuild the complexity of the terrestrial world. The recovery was theirs to shape, and they shaped it in their own image. The early Jurassic world, perhaps 15 or 20 million years after the extinction boundary, was beginning to look like something recognisably belonging to the age of dinosaurs. Not yet the full-throated Jurassic world of enormous sauropods and diverse theropods that we imagine when we think of that period, but the beginnings of it, the outline becoming visible, the structure assembling itself from the recovered and diversifying populations. And at the margins of this assembling world, small and cautious and mostly nocturnal, the proto-mammals watched and waited and evolved and refined. Their time was coming. But it would require one more catastrophe, one more extinction, one more emptying of the ecological stage. For now they waited. They were very good at waiting. The diversification of dinosaurs in the early Jurassic was not simply a matter of existing lineages getting bigger. It was a genuine evolutionary radiation, the appearance of new body plans, new ecological strategies, new behavioural complexities, in a process that generated the extraordinary variety that defined the age of dinosaurs for the following 150 million years. The appearance of ankylosaur relatives in the early Jurassic, those small armoured ornithischians that would eventually give rise to the enormous armoured tanks of the Cretaceous, represents one of the most interesting evolutionary experiments of the period. Armour in dinosaurs, as in the etasaurs that preceded them, was an evolutionary response to predation pressure. The theropod radiation that was producing larger and larger predators created exactly the kind of predation pressure that might favour the evolution of passive defensive armour in herbivorous dinosaurs. The early stegosaurs, appearing in the Middle Jurassic from ancestors traceable to the early Jurassic, represent another of these evolutionary experiments. The function of the back plates of Stegosaurus has been debated for as long as the animal has been known. Were they thermoregulatory, helping to absorb solar radiation for warming or to dissipate heat? Were they display structures, used in social signalling within the species? Were they defensive, making the animal appear larger or more intimidating to predators? Current thinking tends toward a primarily display function, with the plates being more important for intraspecific communication than for any thermoregulatory or defensive role. Whatever their primary function, the backplates of stegosaurs are among the most visually striking features in the entire history of dinosaurs, and they speak to the kind of evolutionary extravagance that becomes possible when a group has been dominant for long enough that it is not under constant survival pressure. When basic survival is no longer the only challenge, evolution can afford to invest in structures that serve social functions, that make an animal more attractive to potential mates, or more effective in competition with rivals of its own species. This kind of evolutionary elaboration for social function is something we see repeatedly in the later dinosaurs. The crests of hadrosaurs, the horns and frills of ceratopsians, the dome heads of pachycephalosaurs, the enormous tails and neck weaponry of the titanosaurs, all of these represent evolution working on social and reproductive pressures rather than purely on survival pressures. They are the products of a group that had already solved the basic survival problem well enough to have evolutionary resources to spare for elaboration. The evolution of feathers in theropod dinosaurs is one of the most significant developments in the long history of the group, and its beginnings trace back further than most people realize. Feather-like integumental structures, simple filaments rather than fully developed flight feathers, appear in the fossil record in several non-avian theropods, and the evidence from genetics and developmental biology suggests that the basic capacity to produce these structures was widespread in theropods and possibly present in the common ancestor of all dinosaurs. The earliest feathers were probably not flight feathers. They were probably insulating structures, helping small endothermic dinosaurs retain body heat in the same way that hair insulates mammals. The transition from insulating filaments to the complex asymmetric flight feathers of modern birds was a long one, involving the elaboration and specialization of structures that existed first for thermal regulation and later for display and only eventually for flight. By the late Jurassic, animals like Anchiornis and Archaeopteryx were already showing the combination of dinosaurian body features and bird-like flight structures that mark the transition between the two groups. These were not birds in the modern sense. They retained many dinosaurian features including teeth and wing claws, but they were not simply feathered non-flying dinosaurs either. They were something in between, something that modern classifications find difficult to categorize because the categories we use were invented with the modern world in mind, and the Jurassic was full of animals that do not fit neatly into our boxes. The ocean was not being neglected during the dinosaur radiation. The Jurassic seas were dominated by marine reptiles, including the ichthyosaurs that had survived the end-Triassic extinction, the plesiosaurs that had appeared and diversified in the early Jurassic, and the pliosaurs, short-necked, massive-headed predators that occupied the apex predator role in many Jurassic marine ecosystems. These marine reptiles were not dinosaurs, but they were archosaur relatives, and they demonstrate the same principle that made the dinosaur radiation possible. The basic archosaur body plan, with its efficient locomotion and elevated metabolism, was capable of extraordinary evolutionary modification in response to available ecological opportunities. The same lineage that produced dinosaurs also produced animals capable of complete marine adaptation, animals that gave birth to live young in the water, that could dive to great depths, that were as thoroughly adapted to an aquatic life as any modern whale or dolphin. The world of the Jurassic was, in every sense, the world that the first Triassic dinosaurs had made possible. The decisions, if that word can apply to the unconscious process of natural selection, that had been made in those earliest evolutionary moments, the upright posture, the elevated metabolism, the hollow bones, the dietary flexibility, all of those had been the foundation. The Jurassic was the building. The thread connecting the first Triassic dinosaurs to the present moment is long and tangled and full of the particular kind of beauty that only deep time can produce. Let us trace some of it. The small sauropodomorphs of the late Triassic, those partially bipedal, long-necked herbivores that were just beginning their evolutionary journey, eventually gave rise to the true sauropods of the Jurassic and Cretaceous. The true sauropods, in their turn, were eventually replaced or reduced by the flowering of the angiosperms, the flowering plants that transformed terrestrial ecosystems in the mid-Cretaceous by producing dense, low-growing, nutritionally rich vegetation very different from the conifers and seed ferns that sauropods had evolved to eat. The sauropods that survived the angiosperm revolution were mostly the titanosaurs, a group that showed some degree of dietary flexibility and could exploit the new plant communities to some extent. When the end Cretaceous asteroid impact ended the non-avian dinosaur era, the sauropods were still present but declining from their Jurassic peaks. The titanosaurs went extinct with the rest of the non-avian dinosaurs. Their line ended. But the ecological roles they had occupied, the roles of very large herbivores were eventually refilled by mammals, elephants and their relatives, rhinos, hippopotamuses, the great whales of the oceans. All of these became the large-bodied, abundant herbivores of the Cenozoic world in a process that echoes, in its broad outlines, the dinosaur radiation of the Jurassic. The theropods have a more direct legacy in the form of birds. Every member of the class Aves, every one of the approximately 10,000 living species of bird, is a theropod dinosaur. The phylogenetic continuity is unbroken. Birds are not the descendants of dinosaurs. They are dinosaurs, living, feathered, flying theropod dinosaurs carrying the evolutionary inheritance of 230 million years. The behaviours of modern birds include many that trace their origins into the theropod past. Nest building is universal in birds, and fossil evidence shows that many non-avian theropods also built nests and provided parental care to their eggs and young. The brooding behaviour of Oviraptorosaurian dinosaurs, preserved in extraordinary fossils showing animals crouched over their nests in exactly the posture of a brooding modern bird, tells us that parental care behaviours were already sophisticated in non-avian theropods long before the first bird. The songs of birds, those extraordinary acoustic elaborations that make bird-watching almost inseparable from bird listening, are produced by a vocal organ called the syrinx that is unique to birds. Non-avian dinosaurs almost certainly produced vocalizations, though the soft tissue structures involved in those vocalizations rarely fossilize. The closest analogy in living archosaurs, the crocodilians, are surprisingly vocal animals, and it is reasonable to suppose that at least some non-avian dinosaurs were as well. The intelligence of birds is remarkable and well documented. Corvids, parrots, and certain other bird lineages show problem-solving abilities, tool use, and social complexity that rivals or exceeds the cognitive capabilities of many mammals. This intelligence is associated with enlarged forebrains, complex neural circuitry, and extended periods of learning and development, all features that trace their roots into the evolving theropod brain of the Mesozoic. The dinosaurs were not the dull, slow-witted animals of older popular imagination. The living evidence, in the form of the birds around us, suggests they were intelligent, behaviourally complex animals, and that this complexity was already developing in the theropod lineage long before the first bird took flight. The mammals, our own lineage, owe their existence to the dinosaurs in the most indirect but most profound sense. Without the dinosaurian dominance of the Mesozoic, the mammals would not have been constrained to small bodies and nocturnal habits for 150 million years. And without that constraint, we would not be the particular kind of mammal we are. The small, nocturnal, insectivorous lifestyle forced on the early Mesozoic mammals by dinosaurian competition was an evolutionary crucible. It selected for large brains relative to body size, because navigating in the dark and finding food efficiently in a small-scale, complex environment requires sophisticated sensory processing and behavioural flexibility. It selected for complex social behaviour and extended parental care, because small, warm-blooded animals in a dangerous world benefit from cooperation and investment in individual offspring. It selected for the particular combination of traits, large brain, social complexity, parental investment, flexible behaviour, that would eventually allow primates and then hominids and then humans to achieve the remarkable things we have achieved. We are, in a very real sense, what 150 million years of hiding from dinosaurs made us. The intelligence that allows you to understand this story, to imagine the Triassic world, to feel something about the first small dinosaur picking its careful way along an ancient stream bank, that intelligence was shaped by the very animals it is imagining. The dinosaurs created the conditions that created us. This is the kind of thought that deserves a long moment of quiet contemplation. The interconnectedness of it, the way cause and effect spiral through evolutionary time in patterns too complex to follow, more than a few steps back but real and traceable nonetheless. The first small Triassic dinosaur did not know it would eventually produce the conditions for the evolution of consciousness. It could not know this. It was simply alive, simply doing what evolution had prepared it to do, moving through its world with the particular combination of alertness and purpose that all living things have when they are living well. But here we are, and here they are in every bird and in the deep evolutionary past of everything we are. There is, in this long view, a kind of peace, not the peace of resolution or of endings, but the peace of continuity, of the recognition that life persists, that it finds ways forward through catastrophes that seem final, that the thread is never actually broken even when it is pulled very thin. The Great Dying reduced life to perhaps 10% of what it had been, and life came back. The Carnian pluvial episode disrupted stable ecosystems across the entire globe, and life came back. The end Triassic extinction cleared the field of competitors and dominance, and life came back. The end Cretaceous asteroid ended the non-avian dinosaur dynasty, and life came back. Life always comes back. Not the same life, not the same species or the same ecosystems or the same ecological hierarchies, but life, persistent and endlessly creative, always finds the ways forward that evolution offers. We are one of those ways forward, a mammalian way, an eventually primate way, an eventually human way. We carry in our bodies the history of all the extinctions and radiations and competitive exclusions and ecological revolutions that preceded us. We are the beneficiaries of all those crises, and we are, in our own small and temporary way, part of the story that will continue long after our particular chapter has ended. The Triassic dinosaurs were a chapter, an extraordinary foundational chapter that made everything else possible, but only a chapter in a story that has no final page, only ever another turn to the next one. And there is something deeply calming about that, if you let yourself feel it. The enormous patience of evolutionary time, the persistence of life through adversity. The way that each ending contains within it the beginning of something new, something that could not have existed without the ending, something that carries the past into the future in forms that would have been unrecognizable to everything that came before. You are carrying the Triassic with you into your dreams tonight. 230 million years of life's persistence and creativity and resilience, condensed into this quiet moment, this particular arrangement of ancient molecules that is you, lying in the dark, listening to the deep past speak its slow and patient truth. Let that settle around you like the softest imaginable blanket. The deep past is not a frightening place. It is a vast and beautiful one, full of life that wanted to live, that found ways to live, that changed the world by living and left it richer for having been there. The first dinosaur did not know it was the first. It only knew the warm Triassic evening, the smell of resin, the sound of the stream, the particular quality of attention that a living animal gives to the world around it. That is enough. That is everything. Sleep now and carry it with you into the dark. Let us slow down again and allow the early Triassic to become fully real to us, because it is one of the most evocative environments in all of Earth's history, and it deserves more than a catalogue of facts and extinction statistics. It deserves to be felt. The world of the very earliest Triassic, the immediate aftermath of the Great Dying, perhaps 250 million years ago, had a particular quality that is hard to describe without reaching for language that might seem too personal, too feeling-oriented for something that happened so long ago and was experienced by no being capable of reflection. But let us try, because imagination is one of the most powerful tools we have for understanding the deep past, and the deep past rewards imagination generously. The silence of the early Triassic was profound. Not the silence of an uninhabited place because the world was not uninhabited, but the silence of a place where the density of life had been catastrophically reduced, where the background hum of a fully inhabited ecosystem, the insect buzz and the bird call and the mammal movement and the amphibian chorus that fills every moment of a healthy modern habitat, was gone. What sounds there were would have been sparse and separated by long intervals of genuine quiet. The wind would have been one of the dominant sounds. Across the vast open landscapes of the recovering Triassic, with their reduced vegetation and their exposed soil, the wind moved freely, carrying dust and the occasional seed or spore, shaping the loose sediment into low dunes and sweeping it into hollows. The sound of wind over bare rock, over scattered low-growing plants, over the broad surfaces of new-cut riverbeds, is a clean and lonely sound that carries distances. Water would have been the other. The early Triassic had rivers, as all periods have had rivers, and the sound of water moving over rock and gravel and through the rare areas of denser vegetation near the banks is a timeless sound, constant and varied, mixing the low rumble of larger flows with the musical complexity of shallows and rapids. Into this quiet, life was making itself heard again. The survivors of the Great Dying were not silent. The Lystrosaurus, that successful little herbivore that dominated many early Triassic landscapes, presumably made some kind of sound, perhaps a low grunting or a snuffling that communicated between individuals, or an alarm call that gathered scattered groups when a predator approached. The early archosaurs, hunting along the river margins, would have produced some kind of movement sound in the vegetation. The first insect recoveries, small chirping species beginning to re-establish the acoustic background that insects provide in any healthy environment, were probably already contributing their tiny voices to the early Triassic soundscape. But the overall effect would have been one of emptiness by comparison with what came before, a world that was once saturated with the sound and presence of life, and was now, as it tried to rebuild, more silent than it had been in hundreds of millions of years. There was beauty in this silence, the particular austere beauty of a landscape still finding its way back, of a world at the beginning of something rather than at the height of something. The early Triassic was not a diminished version of the Permian. It was the beginning of a completely new version of Earth, one that had no precedent and would eventually develop into something entirely new and extraordinary. The sky of the early Triassic was different from the sky we know, not because the stars were different or because the sun was significantly different in its apparent size, but because of what was in the atmosphere. Elevated carbon dioxide levels, volcanic aerosols still trickling from the Siberian traps activity that was winding down, and the chemical products of the reduced biosphere conditions all contributed to an atmospheric chemistry that would have given the sky a slightly different quality of light, perhaps a slightly more orange or reddish tint to the horizon, a somewhat different character to the clouds. Clouds themselves behaved differently in the early Triassic atmosphere, because the cloud nucleating particles that in modern times are largely produced by biological activity, certain bacteria and phytoplankton and fungi produce particles that serve as nuclei around which water droplets form, were less abundant in the impoverished early Triassic biosphere. This may have affected cloud cover patterns and rainfall in ways that are difficult to calculate precisely, but were probably significant. The oceans would have been visibly different from modern oceans if you could somehow see them from the same clifftop that would give you a view of modern seas. The chemistry was different, the salinity slightly different, the temperature considerably higher in most regions, and most strikingly, the colour would have been different. Modern ocean colour is partly a function of the phytoplankton communities living near the surface, the green chlorophyll of photosynthesizing algae tinting the water where they are abundant. In the early Triassic, with phytoplankton communities still recovering from the mass extinction, the ocean may have been a clearer, deeper blue in some regions, or dominated by the blooms of the few surviving or recovering species in others. The recovery of the oceans was in some ways faster than the recovery of the land, because the ocean's vast volume buffers change, and because the productivity of the marine world depends on nutrient cycling that can restart relatively quickly once the worst of the atmospheric disruption has passed. But it was still measured in millions of years, not thousands, and the Triassic Ocean remained simpler and less diverse than the Permian Ocean for tens of millions of years. All of this, the recovering land, the healing ocean, the sparse sounds and the austere beauty of a world finding its way back, was the context in which the archosaur radiation that would eventually produce the dinosaurs was beginning. And there is something deeply moving about it, if you allow yourself to feel the connection across the hundreds of millions of years. Life in the early Triassic was not just surviving, it was, in the language of evolutionary biology, exploring. Every generation was a new experiment, every successful breeding season a test of which variants worked best in the current conditions, every extinction of a local population a signal that those conditions had changed in ways that required new responses. The biosphere was not a passive victim of the conditions that the Great Dying had created. It was an active process of continuous response, continuous adjustment, continuous reaching toward the combinations of form and function that best fit the current moment. The dinosaurs were part of this reaching. Their emergence from the archosaur radiation was not a deliberate achievement, it was an outcome, the outcome of millions of experiments run simultaneously in different populations across the recovering world, most of which failed and a few of which succeeded, and among the successes was the particular configuration of features that we now recognize as dinosaurian. This is worth sitting with as the night deepens around you. The dinosaurs, those magnificent animals that have captured the human imagination so completely, were not designed. They were discovered by the patient blind process of evolution in the same way that the most beautiful things in nature are discovered, through endless variation and the quiet winnowing of what does not work, until what remains is something extraordinary. When we talk about the first dinosaurs, we often focus on individual species, on specific animals with specific anatomies and specific ecological roles. But ecology is not about individuals. It is about populations, about the relationships between populations of different species, about the flows of energy and nutrients through communities, about the spaces and times that different species occupy and the ways they interact. What did the ecology of early dinosaur populations actually look like? How many individuals were there? How were they distributed across the landscape? What were their population dynamics? These are questions we can only partially answer from the fossil record, but the answers we can piece together are fascinating. The density of early dinosaur populations was almost certainly very low by the standards of many modern animal communities. Small predatory and omnivorous animals in modern ecosystems can reach fairly high population densities, but the specific conditions of the mid and late Triassic, with its variable and often scarce food resources, its extreme seasonal climate, and its competitive ecological community, probably kept dinosaur populations relatively sparse. The sparseness of the early dinosaur fossil record is consistent with this. In most Triassic formations, dinosaur remains are rarer than the remains of the contemporary non-dinosaurian animals. This is partly a preservation artifact. Smaller animals are harder to preserve as fossils than larger ones, but it also probably reflects real differences in abundance. The Rhesusians and the Rhynchosaurs were simply more numerous in many Triassic ecosystems than the early dinosaurs. But low population density is not the same as ecological marginality. A relatively sparse population of highly mobile, active animals can exert significant ecological influence through its hunting behavior, its seed dispersal if it consumes fruits or seeds, and its role in nutrient cycling. Small populations of large-bodied predators in modern ecosystems have effect far out of proportion to their numbers. The mobility of early dinosaurs was probably their most important ecological characteristic after their dietary flexibility. Bipedal locomotion with an efficient upright gait allowed these animals to cover ground quickly and cheaply, moving between patches of habitat, crossing areas that would have been energetically prohibitive for slower or less efficient animals. In the fragmented, variable landscape of the Triassic, this mobility was a critical advantage. Consider the seasonal movements that early dinosaurs must have made. During the dry season, when food and water were concentrated near permanent rivers and the few remaining water sources, dinosaur populations would have converged on those areas, competing with each other and with the many other animals that had the same requirements. The concentration would have been intense, the competition fierce, and the pressures toward novel foraging strategies and dietary flexibility would have been strong. Then, when the monsoons came and water became available everywhere and vegetation exploded across the previously dry landscape, the opportunity to disperse, to exploit the temporary flush of resources in areas that had been barren for months, would have been enormous. The animals best able to respond quickly to this seasonal opportunity, moving rapidly into newly productive areas, exploiting the abundance before it faded, were the animals best positioned to gain condition and reproductive success. Mobility served dispersal in the longer term as well. Dinosaur populations that could move across the Triassic landscape would have been capable of colonizing new areas as conditions changed, following the shifts in habitat that accompanied the long-term climate changes of the Triassic. This colonization ability contributed to the global distribution of dinosaurs that we see by the end of the period. The reproductive biology of early dinosaurs is inferred largely from their position in the Archosaur family tree, and from the fossil evidence for later dinosaur reproduction. Dinosaurs almost certainly laid eggs, as all archosaurs do, and as all non-avian dinosaurs are known to have done. The eggs were buried in nests, either in sand or soil or in vegetation heaps, and were incubated by the heat of the sun or by rotting plant material, or possibly in some species, by the body heat of brooding adults. The number of eggs per clutch, the number of clutches per year, the rate of juvenile survival, all of these are unknown for the earliest dinosaurs. but the general archosaur pattern is for relatively large clutch sizes compared to mammals, with correspondingly lower rates of parental investment per individual offspring. Young dinosaurs were almost certainly self-sufficient from hatching, needing to find food and avoid predators without extensive parental help. This reproductive strategy, high output with lower investment per individual, is associated with relatively high juvenile mortality and with populations that can recover quickly from setbacks. If a bad season kills many adults, the next good season can produce a cohort of new juveniles that rapidly grows to replace them. This resilience was probably important in the variable, challenging Triassic environment. The social behavior of early dinosaurs is tantalizing and poorly understood. There are hints in the fossil record, tracks preserving multiple individuals moving together, bone beds with multiple individuals of similar size, morphological features of some species that might be display structures suggesting social signaling, but the evidence is fragmentary and interpretation is difficult. What we can say is that the dinosaur body plan, with its upright posture and potentially excellent vision in the forward direction, was not incompatible with complex social behavior. Animals that can see each other clearly, that can assess each other's postures and movements, that have the neural architecture for rapid behavioral responses, are animals that can potentially have sophisticated social interactions. Whether the earliest dinosaurs had anything we would recognize as social behavior in the full sense is unknown, but the potential was there. While we have focused primarily on the terrestrial world and the land-dwelling dinosaurs, the Triassic oceans were themselves undergoing an extraordinary transformation, and the animals that filled those oceans deserve their own moment of attention. The Triassic seas that surrounded Pangaea were, in the aftermath of the Great Dying, as impoverished as the land. The extraordinarily diverse marine communities of the Permian had been decimated. The reefs were gone. The trilobites were extinct. The ammonoids, which had barely survived in a handful of lineages, were just beginning their recovery. The oceans in the very earliest Triassic were simpler ecosystems than the planet had known since the early evolutionary history of complex life, hundreds of millions of years before. But life in the ocean, as on the land, is persistent and inventive, and the recovery of the Triassic seas is one of the great stories of evolutionary resilience. Among the most remarkable developments in the early and middle Triassic was the rapid evolution of marine reptiles. The land-dwelling ancestors of the marine reptile lineages, various early archosaur and diapsid reptiles that happened to be in coastal environments when the marine recovery began, found the recovering ocean an environment rich with opportunity. Predatory reptiles moving into the sea is not a unique event in Earth's history. It happened multiple times, producing the ichthyosaurs, the plesiosaurs, the mosasaurs, and eventually the whale's ancestors in a much later age. But the Triassic marine reptile radiation was one of the earliest and most dramatic. The ichthyosaurs were among the first. They appear in the fossil record in the very earliest Triassic, already showing significant aquatic adaptation, which suggests that their transition from a terrestrial or semi-aquatic ancestor to a fully marine lifestyle happened rapidly in the immediate aftermath of the Great Dying, perhaps driven by the same ecological opportunity dynamics that drove dinosaur diversification on land. The ocean was empty and full of fish and invertebrates, with no large vertebrate predators to compete with. Any reptile that could swim well enough to exploit that resource had an enormous advantage. Within a few million years of their first appearance, ichthyosaurs had diversified into multiple body sizes and feeding strategies. Some were small, comparable to modern dolphins in size, fast and maneuverable, pursuing fish in open water. Others were enormous. Some Triassic ichthyosaurs reached lengths of 15 or even 20 meters, making them among the largest marine animals of their era. Their body form convergently evolved toward the dolphin and tuna shape, a streamlined, fusiform body with fins for steering and a powerful tail for propulsion, because these are simply the most efficient shapes for fast swimming in open water. The Triassic ichthyosaurs had enormous eyes, some of the largest relative to body size of any known vertebrate, an adaptation for hunting in the deep, dark water below the sunlit zone. Some species may have been capable of deep dives comparable to modern sperm whales, hunting in the perpetual darkness of the deep ocean with senses tuned for that demanding environment. The nothosaurs were a different experiment. Long-necked, four-limbed animals that were transitional between a terrestrial and a fully marine lifestyle. Nothosaurs were competent swimmers, but could probably still move on land with some degree of facility. Their long necks and relatively small heads armed with sharp, fish-catching teeth made them effective hunters in shallow coastal waters and estuaries. They are thought by many paleontologists to be ancestral, or closely related to the plesiosaurs, those long-necked, flippered animals that would become so characteristic of the Jurassic and Cretaceous seas. The placodonts were among the most unusual Triassic marine reptiles, and their specialization tells us a great deal about the post-extinction recovery of marine ecosystems. Placodonts were heavily built animals with flat, crushing teeth in both the upper and lower jaw, and in some species, on the roof of the mouth as well. These teeth were perfect for crushing the shells of mollusks and other hard-shelled invertebrates. The placodonts were essentially sea-floor grazers, moving through shallow coastal waters in search of clams and similar prey. That such a specialized feeding strategy was viable in the Triassic tells us that the recovery of mollusks and other hard-shelled invertebrates was proceeding rapidly enough to support a suite of vertebrate predators dedicated specifically to eating them. The placodonts were not generalists, they were committed specialists, and their success in the Middle Triassic reflects the recovery of the specific food resources they depended on. What all of these marine reptiles have in common, what made their evolution possible and successful, was the same ecological opportunity that was driving the dinosaur radiation on land. The Great Dying had cleared the marine ecosystem of many of the large vertebrate predators that had previously occupied the top predator niches. The recovering marine food webs were rich in fish and invertebrates, a banquet laid by the recovery, waiting for predators with sufficient swimming ability and sensory capability to claim it. The reptiles that could swim provided those predators. They filled the niches that the extinction had vacated, and in doing so they triggered their own evolutionary radiation, diversifying as the diversity of their prey diversified, elaborating their hunting strategies as the complexity of the marine food webs increased. The Triassic seas were, by the middle of the period, home to an extraordinary diversity of marine reptiles unparalleled in Earth's history before or since. The later Jurassic and Cretaceous would see further elaboration and diversification of the marine reptile lineages, with plesiosaurs and pliosaurs and mosasaurs joining or replacing the Triassic forms. But the foundations were laid in the Triassic, in the recovery from the Great Dying, in the same ecological opportunity event that made the dinosaurs possible on land. The Carnian pluvial episode transformed more than just the large-scale distribution of habitats across Pangaea. It transformed the details of how life functioned at every level, from the chemistry of soil and water to the fine structure of individual ecosystems to the evolutionary pressures acting on individual lineages. The soils of the pre-Carnian Triassic were often poorly developed, thin layers of weathered rock and mineral particles with limited organic content. The hot, dry conditions of the interior limited plant growth, which limited the accumulation of organic matter that builds rich soil. The result was that even where plants could grow, the soils they grew in were relatively poor in nutrients and organic matter, limiting their productivity. The Carnian rains changed this profoundly. When moisture became consistently available, plants grew. When plants grew and died and decomposed, organic matter accumulated in the soil. When organic matter accumulated, soil organisms, bacteria and fungi and invertebrates of all kinds moved in to process it. When soil organisms processed it, nutrients were released in forms that plants could use, which allowed more plant growth, which produced more organic matter, which built richer soils, in a positive feedback loop that over thousands of years created soil profiles of real depth and fertility. The rich, dark-coloured soils that characterise productive forest ecosystems, those deep, carbon-rich, biologically active soils that support the lush vegetation we associate with temperate and tropical forests, were forming for the first time in the Triassic interior during the Carnian pluvial episode. Before the rains, such soils were confined to the coastal margins. After the rains, they spread inland as vegetation colonized the moistened interior. This soil transformation had cascading effects on everything else. Richer soils meant more productive vegetation, which meant more food for herbivores, which meant larger and more stable herbivore populations, which meant more food for predators, which meant larger and more stable predator populations. The entire food web of the terrestrial ecosystem was restructured by the new availability of water and the soil transformation that followed from it. The rivers that formed during the Carnian were not just corridors for water, They were corridors for life, carrying seeds and spores and small animals from the coasts into the interior, allowing species that had been confined to coastal habitats to colonize the newly moistened interior. This dispersal was not instantaneous. It happened over thousands of years, as species moved up river corridors, established populations in new areas, and gradually extended their ranges into territories their ancestors had never occupied. The fish were among the first beneficiaries of this river corridor effect. Fish that had been confined to coastal rivers and estuaries could now follow the new river networks into the interior, colonizing lakes and river systems that had previously been unreachable. The diversity of freshwater fish increased dramatically during and after the Carnian, as these colonizing populations found themselves in new environments with few competitors and abundant food. The amphibians were quick to follow. Many Triassic amphibians were tied to freshwater habitats for reproduction, their eggs requiring water to develop and their larvae being fully aquatic. As the river and lake networks expanded into the interior, amphibian populations could follow, establishing breeding populations in the new water bodies and spreading their genes into previously unoccupied territory. Small reptiles, too, followed the expanding freshwater network. Early crocodilian relatives, already semi-aquatic in some lineages, spread along the new river corridors. Early turtle ancestors, hugging the river margins, moved inland. And the dinosaurs, with their efficient locomotion and their dietary flexibility, moved into the newly vegetated interior from multiple directions, colonizing it from different starting points on different parts of the Pangaean coast. The plant communities that established themselves in the new interior were different from those of the coast in ways that had significant ecological implications. Coastal plant communities had been shaped by millions of years of adaptation to the specific conditions of the coast, including salt spray, storm damage, and the particular soil chemistry of coastal areas. Interior plant communities were shaped by the conditions of the interior, different soil chemistries, different temperature extremes, different exposure. The result was a mosaic of different plant communities developing across the moistened interior, each with its own particular species composition, its own structural character, its own patterns of productivity and seasonality. This mosaic structure created habitat diversity, and habitat diversity promotes species diversity, because different species can specialize on different habitat types and thus avoid direct competition with one another. The late Triassic dinosaur fauna, with its geographic variation and its multiple ecological strategies, was a product of this habitat mosaic. Different dinosaur lineages were adapted to different components of the mosaic: the forest interior, the open floodplains, the riverine margins, the seasonally dry higher ground. This specialization to different habitat types was itself an evolutionary driver, as populations in different habitat types experienced different selective pressures and diverged from one another genetically, eventually producing the diversity of species and body plans that characterizes the late Triassic dinosaur record. One of the most striking trends in late Triassic dinosaur evolution was the emergence of large body size, particularly in the sauropodomorph lineage. Understanding why large body size evolved in dinosaurs and why it evolved so rapidly requires thinking about the evolutionary forces that favor large size in herbivores. Large body size in herbivores provides several significant advantages. A large body can accommodate a longer digestive tract, which means more time for fermentation of plant material and more complete extraction of nutrients from tough, fibrous food. Large bodies also benefit from thermal inertia. A large animal loses and gains heat more slowly than a small one, which can help maintain stable body temperatures in environments with variable temperatures. And large size provides some protection against predators, because a very large herbivore is simply too large for most predators to attack successfully. For sauropodomorphs specifically, large size opened access to food resources that smaller animals could not reach. The long necks of the sauropodomorphs were an enabling technology for high browsing, accessing the leaves and branches of tall trees that were unavailable to shorter-necked animals. As sauropodomorphs got larger and their necks got longer, they could reach progressively higher into the canopy, exploiting food resources that no competitor could access. This is sometimes described as niche partitioning, the process by which different species divide up available resources in ways that reduce direct competition. In the late Triassic and early Jurassic, As sauropodomorphs were evolving toward larger sizes and higher browsing, smaller herbivores were specializing on lower vegetation, creating a vertical stratification of the herbivore community that allowed multiple species to coexist in the same forest without directly competing for the same food. The ecological impact of large sauropodomorphs on the forest they inhabited was itself significant. Large browsing animals changed the structure of forests by removing vegetation at specific heights, creating openings in the canopy that allow light to reach the forest floor, stimulating the growth of understory plants that would otherwise be suppressed by shade. In modern forests, elephants and other large browsers are known as ecosystem engineers, shaping the physical structure of the habitat through their feeding behavior. The late Triassic sauropodomorphs were early ecosystem engineers of this kind, influencing the forests they fed in through the same mechanism. The transition from the bipedal, partially herbivorous sauropodomorphs of the earliest Triassic to the obligate quadrupeds of the true Jurassic sauropods involved a series of anatomical changes that can be traced in the fossil record. The forelimbs lengthened relative to the hind limbs, becoming capable of bearing substantial weight. The vertebrae of the neck and back changed their internal structure, developing complex systems of hollow chambers and supporting processes that allowed the vertebrae to be both lighter and structurally stronger, a combination that was essential for supporting the enormous weight of a very long neck. The feet became broad and elephant-like, developed to distribute the enormous weight of a large body across a wide surface, reducing pressure on any given area of ground. The hips broadened to accommodate the large muscles needed to support and move the trunk. The tail lengthened as a counterbalance to the long neck. All of these changes can be seen gradually developing through the late Triassic sauropodomorph lineage, each step making the animal somewhat more similar to the fully realized sauropod form that would appear in the Jurassic. It is one of the most well-documented evolutionary transitions in paleontology, the gradual transformation of a modest, bipedal, omnivorous early dinosaur into the largest land animals that ever lived. The late Triassic sauropodomorphs were not yet those enormous Jurassic giants, but they were the beginning of the trajectory that led there, and in the late Triassic some of them were already substantial animals. Rheosaurus from Argentina, Coloradosaurus from the same region, Mosaurus. The name means mouse lizard, but the adults were anything but mouse-sized, reaching lengths of perhaps 3 meters. These were real animals of meaningful size, already significantly larger than most of their non-dinosaurian contemporaries in herbivore guilds. The bones of late Triassic sauropodomorphs show evidence of rapid growth rates, consistent with warm-blooded metabolism, another parallel with the mammals that were evolving alongside them in the ecological margins. Fast growth is an evolutionary strategy that allows animals to reach large body size quickly, reducing the period during which they are vulnerable to predators and beginning reproduction earlier. It requires high food intake and efficient digestion, and it is most common in endothermic animals with the metabolic capacity to sustain rapid tissue production. The combination of fast growth and large adult size in the sauropodomorphs created a distinctive life history pattern that would define the sauropod strategy throughout the Mesozoic. Hatchlings were tiny relative to adults. The difference in size between a sauropod egg and a full-grown adult represents one of the largest body size differences of any animal group. Juveniles grew rapidly, reaching substantial size within a few years. Adults continued to grow throughout their lives, albeit more slowly after reaching maturity. This life history had implications for population structure and ecology. A population of sauropodomorphs contained individuals of enormously varied sizes, from small hatchlings occupying herbivore niches, more similar to the small ornithischians than to the adult sauropodomorphs, to large adults that were browsing the top of the forest canopy. Different age classes of the same species were, in some ecological senses, functioning as different animals, reducing the competition between generations and allowing the population to exploit a much wider range of food resources than any single size class could have accessed alone. Let us continue our sensory journey through the Triassic world, but this time at different scales, first very small, then very large. At the very small scale, the world beneath your feet in any Triassic forest was an entire universe of activity. The soil was alive with organisms of every description, bacteria breaking down organic matter and cycling nutrients, fungi sending their invisible threads through every cubic centimetre of soil and decaying wood, tiny invertebrates processing the leaf litter and turning it into something the bacteria could work on, and larger invertebrates hunting the tiny ones. The diversity of soil invertebrates in the Triassic was already substantial, building on the long evolutionary history of terrestrial invertebrates that preceded the Mesozoic. Mites, which have an extraordinarily ancient history, were present in enormous diversity and number, some feeding on fungi and decomposing matter, others predatory on other mites, others parasitic on plants or animals. Springtails, those tiny hexapods that jump with a spring mechanism when disturbed, are among the most abundant animals in any soil ecosystem, and they were present in the Triassic in forms recognizable as close relatives of their modern descendants. Millipedes, those many-legged decomposers, were present and important in breaking down the woody stems and fallen branches that the Triassic forest produced. Some Triassic millipede lineages reached considerable sizes by invertebrate standards, with some species reaching lengths of 20 or 30 centimeters. The insect diversity of the Triassic was already impressive before the Carnian pluvial episode, and became dramatically greater during and after it. The expansion of plant diversity during the Carnian provided new food sources and new nesting habitats, driving insect diversification that rippled through the food web. More insects meant more food for insectivores, which could support larger and denser populations of insectivorous vertebrates. Beetles were already diverse in the Triassic, feeding on dead wood, seeds, fungi, and other insects. Their hard exoskeletons and compact bodies made them relatively resistant to desiccation, which was valuable in the seasonally dry Triassic environment, and they could exploit the transient resources of fallen logs and fruiting fungi that appear and disappear on unpredictable schedules. The Carnian expansion of forests dramatically increased the availability of dead wood, and beetle diversity responded correspondingly. Flies were becoming more important in the Triassic, their larvae increasingly significant in decomposition processes, and their adults forming part of the food web for many insectivorous animals. The evolution of complex life cycles, with aquatic larvae and terrestrial adults in many fly lineages, linked the aquatic and terrestrial portions of the Triassic ecosystem in important ways. Nutrients entering the aquatic system as larval flies fed eventually returned to the terrestrial system as adult flies emerged and were eaten by terrestrial predators. At the very large scale, looking at the Triassic world from above, what would strike you first would be the colour. The dominant colour of Triassic Pangaea, particularly before the Carnian rains transformed it, was red. Red sandstones, red mudstones, red soils baked to various shades of orange and sienna and amber by the oxidation of iron in the sediment. The red beds of the Triassic are one of its most characteristic geological signatures, preserved in formations around the world, and they speak eloquently of the dry, oxidizing conditions that prevailed across much of the supercontinent before the rains. Against this red backdrop, the green of vegetation along the river corridors and coastal margins would have been startling, almost electric in its contrast. The narrow lines of green following the rivers across the vast red landscape visible from any elevation were the roads of life in the pre-Carnian Triassic, the paths along which all significant biological activity was concentrated. After the Carnian rains, the colour palette shifted dramatically. The red bleached away as wet soils developed, replaced by the dark grey and black of organic rich sediment and the green of expanding vegetation. The rivers spread from their narrow corridors into broad meandering systems with wide floodplains. The lakes glinted silver across a landscape that no longer had the desert's particular emptiness. The topography of Triassic Pangaea was different from modern topography in ways that affected everything. The mountain ranges that existed were different from modern mountain ranges, positioned differently relative to the general circulation of the atmosphere, creating different patterns of rain, shadow, and orographic precipitation. The absence of an Atlantic Ocean, which in modern times acts as a major source of moisture for both American and European weather systems, meant that the atmospheric circulation patterns were fundamentally different. The great monsoon system that dominated Triassic climate was itself a consequence of topography, the massive flat interior of Pangaea heating up enormously during summer and creating a low-pressure cell that drew moisture in from the surrounding ocean. This monsoon was larger and more intense than any modern monsoon because Pangaea was larger and more uniform than any modern continent. Understanding the behaviour of this system, how it changed with the Carnian pluvial episode, and how it structured the ecology of the entire period, is central to understanding the world that the dinosaurs inhabited. There is a meditation available in the story of the Triassic that goes beyond the specific facts and specific animals, and it is worth dwelling on as we approach the end of this journey through deep time. We live in a world shaped by catastrophe. Every living thing on Earth today exists because its lineage survived events that killed the vast majority of species that had come before it. Every bird and mammal and lizard and fish and insect and plant is a product of lineages that navigated the Great Dying, or the end-Triassic extinction, or the end-Cretaceous impact, or the dozens of smaller extinction events scattered through the geological record. Survival through extinction is not random. It is not entirely predictable either. It involves the particular combination of who you are, meaning what features you carry, and where you happen to be in terms of your ecological position when the catastrophe strikes. The organisms that survive tend to be those with certain characteristics: generalized diets, broad geographic distribution, flexibility of behavior, relatively rapid reproductive rates that allow populations to recover from dramatic reductions. But even these factors are probabilistic, not deterministic. Many organisms that should have survived extinctions by these criteria did not. Many organisms that had no obvious pre-adaptation to survive did. The fossil record is full of evolutionary experiments that came tantalizingly close to the combinations that would have persisted, and then were eliminated by the particular form that a particular extinction took. This randomness is not discouraging. It is, if you approach it in the right spirit, deeply liberating. The fact that your existence depended on so many contingent events, on so many moments when things could have gone differently but did not, makes your existence not less meaningful but more extraordinary. The improbability of you is astonishing. The improbability of any particular living thing is astonishing. The first small dinosaur in the Ishigalasto Formation, picking its cautious way through the Triassic twilight 230 million years ago, was improbable. Its ancestors' survival of the Great Dying was improbable. The particular features it carried, the ones that would eventually prove so valuable, were the products of millions of prior evolutionary moments, each one of which could have gone differently. And yet here we are. The improbability stacked upon improbability, catastrophe survived and opportunity seized, generation following generation through 230 million years of geological time, all of it leading eventually here. You are the end of a very long chain of improbable survivals. The chain began long before the Triassic, in the earliest history of life, billions of years ago when the first cells were dividing in ancient seas. But the Triassic was a particularly important link in that chain, the link where the dinosaurs first appeared, where they survived competition and catastrophe, and emerged as the dominant land animals of the Mesozoic, where the conditions were set for the eventual mammals to emerge, for the eventual primates, for the eventual you. It is a humbling thought, but it is also a warming one. You belong to the oldest story there is. You are part of the continuity of life that has threaded its way through every catastrophe this planet has ever produced, and come out the other side changed and different and diminished in numbers, but alive, always reaching forward into whatever comes next. The Triassic dinosaurs were reaching forward into what came next, though they did not know it. Every generation of them was reaching forward, as every generation of everything has always reached forward, into a future that was uncertain and full of both danger and opportunity. They reached far enough. They made it through. And because they made it through, because they thrived for 165 million years and left behind their descendants and their legacy in the structure of the living world, we are here. That is the gift of the deep past to the present, not a lesson, not a warning, not a moral. Just the simple, enormous, overwhelming fact of continuity. Life, reaching forward through time, through everything that tries to stop it, all the way to now. All the way to you, lying in the quiet of this night, carrying 230 million years of survival and adaptation, and evolutionary creativity in every cell of your body. There is nothing left to do with that except accept it, and rest, and let the weight of all that improbable history settle gently around you, like the oldest and most comfortable blanket imaginable. Sleep now. The ancient world will be here when you wake. There is a particular quality to the silence of deep time. It is not the silence of an empty room, or the silence of a forest at dawn before the birds have started singing. It is something different, something that exists only in the imagination when you let yourself reach far enough back. It is the silence of a world that does not know you exist, a world that has no category for you, no language for the kind of creature you are, no anticipation of the specific chain of events that would eventually produce you. The Triassic world was silent in this way. It went about its business, its volcanoes and its rivers, its storms and its migrations, its predators and its prey, completely unaware that anything as strange and temporary as a human consciousness would one day look back at it and try to understand it. There is something both humbling and strangely comforting in that thought. The world does not need to know us in order to have made us. The Triassic did not reach forward through time with any intention toward our existence. It simply was, completely and fully, in the way that all times are complete and full in themselves, and the fact that its events eventually led to us is a consequence of the particular shape of geological and biological history, not a plan or a purpose, but a path. We trace that path tonight, lying here in the quiet, breathing slowly, the old world breathing through us in some sense, its evolutionary gifts coursing through our bodies in the form of warm blood and differentiated teeth, and the capacity for the kind of sustained thought that allows us to imagine ourselves 230 million years in the past. The Triassic period lasted approximately 50 million years, from 252 million years ago to 201 million years ago. In that 50 million years, the world was transformed beyond recognition, not once, but multiple times. The shattered post-apocalyptic landscape of the early Triassic gave way to the recovering, diversifying ecosystems of the Middle Triassic. The dry, archosaur-dominated world of the later Middle Triassic was interrupted and reshaped by the Carnian pluvial episode. The wet, restructured world of the Carnian gave way to the more open, diverse, dinosaur-dominated landscapes of the late Triassic. And then the end-Triassic extinction arrived, and the world changed again, and the Jurassic began with another round of recovery and diversification. 50 million years! It is almost impossible to hold in the mind as a continuous span of time. It is 10 times longer than the entire Cenozoic era that followed the extinction of the non-avian dinosaurs. It is 5,000 times longer than all of recorded human history. It is, in every practical sense, an incomprehensible duration, a span of time during which the world was, from any single moment within it, as real and as complete and as full of ordinary life as the present moment is to us right now. The dinosaurs that walked through the late Triassic did not know they were dinosaurs in any meaningful sense. They did not know they were the beginning of the most successful land vertebrate lineage in Earth's history. They did not know that the period of their existence would one day be given a name derived from a rock formation in Central Europe, or that their descendants would eventually leave fossils in dozens of countries on 6 continents, or that the theropod branch of their lineage would eventually take to the air and fill the sky with 10,000 species of feathered flight. They simply lived. They hunted and fled and fed and slept and reproduced in the way that all animals live, completely absorbed in the moment of their existence, unaware of the larger story they were a part of. As you are tonight, completely absorbed in the moment of your existence, unaware in any direct sensory way of the vast depth of time that produced you, and that you are currently, in your own modest way, adding to. Every moment of every life adds a layer to the story. The Triassic dinosaurs added their layer, and the layer they added was extraordinary, the founding of a lineage that would go on to produce some of the most remarkable animals the planet has ever seen. Your layer is thinner, in the geological sense. A single human lifetime barely registers in the sedimentary record. But it is real, and it is part of the continuity, and it connects backward to everything we've been talking about tonight and forward to everything that has not yet happened. Breathe, and let the deep time settle around you like sediment settling slowly to the bottom of an ancient lake, settling gently, layer by layer, building up over incomprehensible spans of time into the rock that will one day tell this story to something we cannot yet imagine. The first dinosaur does not know it is the first. It knows only the ground beneath its feet and the sky above and the smell of rain on hot stone and the constant, quiet, automatic attention of an animal that is alive in a world where many things want to eat it. It knows the texture of the sediment along the riverbank where it finds its water each morning. It knows the particular quality of light in the late afternoon when the sun angles low and the shadows grow long and the air cools slightly from the day's heat. These small things, the ground and the sky and the smell of rain, the angle of light in the afternoon, these things are the substance of any life, however ancient or however recent. They connect us to the Triassic in a way that no amount of geological fact can quite achieve, because you know what late afternoon light looks like, and you know what rain smells like on hot ground, and you know what it is to be a small animal in a large world, aware of your own smallness even if you do not think of it in those terms. The first dinosaurs were small animals in a very large world. The world did not yet know what they would become. In some sense, neither did they. But they kept going. They kept living. They passed their traits to the next generation, and that generation passed its traits to the next and the next and the next, across 230 million years of unbroken biological continuity, until the traits that made the first Triassic dinosaurs unusual, the upright stance, the efficient respiration, the elevated metabolism, the parental investment, the behavioral flexibility, had been refined and elaborated and diversified into 10,000 species of living birds and an entire fossil record of extraordinary extinct forms. They kept going. And so did the cynodont line that would become mammals, and so did the archosaur line that would become crocodilians, and so did the turtle line, unchanged in its essential design for 230 million years, and so did the insect lineages, and the fish lineages, and the conifer lineages, and all the others that survived the multiple crises of the Triassic, and emerged into the Jurassic as the founders of the modern world. Everything kept going. Life, as it always has, persisted. This is not a comforting thought in the sense of a simple reassurance that everything will be fine. Some things did not persist. The Rhesusians did not persist. The Etosaurs did not persist. The Rhynchosaurs did not persist. The extraordinary diversity of the early Triassic temnospondyls did not largely persist. Ending is real. Loss is real. Extinction is permanent and irreversible, and happens to most lineages eventually. But life as a whole persists. The process persists. The extraordinary, patient, creative, wasteful, beautiful process of evolution persists, finding new forms when old ones fail, filling new niches when old ones empty, producing surprise after surprise after surprise across billions of years of Earth's history. The Triassic is one chapter of that story, a remarkable chapter, full of catastrophe and recovery and the emergence of lineages that would go on to shape the world for hundreds of millions of years, but just a chapter. The story has many more, including the one that eventually produced you, and the ones that are still unfolding right now in the form of the living world around you. Let the chapter close gently around you as you drift towards sleep. Let the Triassic settle into its deep stone, into the rock layers laid down 200 million years ago, patient and permanent, holding the record of those early dinosaurs and the world they inhabited, waiting for the next curious mind that wants to find its way back to the beginning. The first dinosaur steps along the bank of a Triassic river and does not know what it is beginning. You breathe, and the night holds you, and the world turns slowly beneath you, as it has been turning for 4.5 billion years. All is well, all is continuous, all is held within the long, patient story of life on this extraordinary planet. Sleep now. There is nothing more to do tonight except rest in this connection, this ancient continuity, this quiet belonging to the deep past and the present and whatever comes next. Sleep now. You are the story continuing. You are the ancient world, still alive, still breathing, still carrying forward what the Triassic began. And that is enough. That is more than enough. That is everything. Understanding the end-Triassic extinction requires more than simply noting that volcanoes erupted and carbon dioxide rose. It requires understanding the specific environmental chain that connected the volcanic activity to the biological losses, and appreciating the particular vulnerabilities that made the Triassic world susceptible to exactly this kind of disruption. The Triassic world, by the end of the period, had recovered considerably from the devastation of the Great Dying. 250 million years of evolution separated the earliest Triassic survivors from the animals of the latest Triassic, and that evolutionary time had been productive. Ecosystems had become more complex, with more species and more ecological relationships. Food webs had become more elaborate, with longer chains from primary producers to apex predators. The biological world had in many respects rebuilt itself. But this recovery had a vulnerability built into it. More complex ecosystems, with longer and more elaborate food chains, are in some respects more resilient to minor perturbations, because the redundancy of multiple species occupying similar roles means that losing one does not collapse the whole chain. But they are also more vulnerable to the specific kinds of rapid, large-scale disruption that the camp eruptions produced, because the more elaborate the food web, the more opportunities for cascade failures when key nodes in the web are disrupted. The camp eruptions disrupted multiple nodes simultaneously. Primary producers, the plants, were damaged by acid rain and temperature extremes. The herbivores that depended on them declined as their food base was damaged. The predators that depended on herbivores followed. Meanwhile, in the ocean, the acidification was dissolving the calcium carbonate structures of shellfish and corals, undermining the base of the marine food web in a different but equally effective way. The particular geography of the late Triassic also contributed to the severity of the extinction. Pangaea was still largely intact as a continent, but it was beginning to rift apart. The rifting process that produced the camp eruptions also created new rift valleys and shallow basins, some of which flooded with seawater to form the earliest expression of the Central Atlantic Ocean. These new marine environments were the sites of some of the initial deposition of camp lava, and their creation disrupted the drainage patterns of nearby terrestrial areas in ways that compounded the climate disruption from the eruptions themselves. The disruption of drainage patterns is a detail that tends to get lost in the broad narrative of extinction events, but it matters at the local level. Rivers whose courses are disrupted by tectonic activity change the habitats they drain. Wetlands may form where dry land existed. Dry areas may develop where wetlands provided important habitat. The animals and plants adapted to specific conditions in those areas face rapid, localized habitat loss that is additional to the global climate disruption from the volcanic gases. The recovery from the end-Triassic extinction was complicated by the fact that the camp eruptions were not a single event, but a series of pulses. The initial eruptions caused initial disruption and extinction, but as conditions began to stabilize during the quieter periods between eruption pulses, recovering populations were hit again by the next pulse. This repeated disruption may have been particularly devastating for species that were in the early stages of recovery, their populations still small and their geographic distribution still restricted, vulnerable to the next wave of disruption in ways that larger, more established populations would not have been. The dinosaurs' survival through this repeated disruption pattern reflects their broad geographic distribution across the rifting Pangaea and their dietary flexibility. A species with populations on multiple land masses, with individuals capable of shifting their diets in response to changing food availability, was much better positioned to survive repeated disruptions than a species concentrated in a single region or committed to a single food source. The mammals that survived the end-Triassic extinction were, by necessity, the most generalized and adaptable members of their already generalized lineages. The specialized synodont forms, those that had been refining particular feeding strategies or occupying specific ecological niches, were eliminated. What survived was the most flexible and broadly capable residue, the animals that would eventually, millions of years later, produce the vast diversity of the Cenozoic mammal fauna. There is something sobering about this pattern. Every extinction event selects against specialization, at least in the short term. The most elaborate, most refined, most specifically adapted forms are often the most vulnerable, because their very specificity makes them dependent on conditions that may not survive the catastrophe. The generalists survive, and from the gene pools of those generalists, the next phase of specialization begins. This pattern repeats itself throughout the history of life. It repeated at the Great Dying, it repeated at the end Triassic, it repeated at the end Cretaceous. And it has implications for thinking about the current period of rapid change in Earth's ecosystems, though that reflection belongs to other conversations than this one. For now, it is enough to sit with the image of the end Triassic world. The camp eruptions burning across the rifting Pangaea, the sky above the late Triassic forests hazy with volcanic aerosols, the rain falling with a faintly chemical tang from the altered atmosphere, and through all of this, small groups of dinosaurs moving through the disrupted landscape, finding food where they could, surviving because of what they were, arriving eventually on the other side of the catastrophe into the open world of the Jurassic. When we describe the Jurassic as the age of dinosaurs in the fullest sense, we are describing something more specific than a simple change in which group of animals was most abundant or most diverse. We are describing a fundamental reorganization of the terrestrial ecological structure, one in which the dinosaurs were not merely present, but were the organizing principle around which everything else arranged itself. Consider the sauropods. By the Middle Jurassic, sauropods had reached sizes that exceeded those of any previous land animal, and they did not stop there. The titanosaurs of the Cretaceous would eventually surpass even the Jurassic giants. But even the early sauropods, those animals of 40 or 50 tons, were creating ecological effects that had no precedent in terrestrial history. The feeding of a very large sauropod on a forest was not a gentle process. These animals were removing vegetation at enormous rates, their long necks allowing them to sweep through the canopy and understory, stripping leaves and small branches, bending or breaking stems, opening holes in the forest canopy that let light through to the forest floor. The paths they travelled repeatedly became semi-permanent clearings, as the vegetation was repeatedly removed before it could grow back to maturity. These clearings created habitat for animals that preferred more open environments. The edge habitats between forest and clearing supported different plant communities from the interior forest, with different light levels and different soil moisture conditions. The diversity of habitats created by the feeding behaviour of large sauropods was itself a driver of ecological diversity, creating niches for species that would not have existed in a uniform, undisturbed forest. The dung of large sauropods was also ecologically significant. Animals of 50 tons consume and produce enormous quantities of organic matter daily, and that dung, distributed across the landscape as the animals moved, was a rich resource for dung beetles, flies, fungi, and eventually the plants that grew in the enriched soil around decomposed dung deposits. The nutrient cycling performed by large sauropod herds was a significant component of the overall nutrient dynamics of Jurassic terrestrial ecosystems. This is what it means to say that the dinosaurs were the organizing principle of the Jurassic world. They were not just abundant, they were ecologically central, their activities shaping the physical structure of habitats, the nutrient dynamics of soils, the distribution of resources across the landscape. Everything else in the Jurassic terrestrial ecosystem was to some extent arranged around the fact of the dinosaurs. The theropod predators were similarly central, as apex predators always are. Their hunting behaviour structured the movements and vigilance of their prey, which in turn affected the distribution of grazing pressure on plants, which affected the structure of vegetation communities. The fear that large theropods generated in the herbivore community would have been, by analogy with modern ecosystems, a real and measurable ecological force with effects cascading through every level of the food web. The smaller dinosaurs, the ornithischians and the smaller theropods, were filling what ecologists call the middle trophic levels, the ecological roles between the largest and most dramatic animals that tend to be invisible in popular accounts, but are actually critical to the functioning of the ecosystem. Small ornithischians browsing on low vegetation were keeping certain plant species from dominating others, maintaining the diversity of the plant community. Small theropods hunting insects and small vertebrates were controlling the population sizes of those prey species, preventing any single species from reaching densities that might disrupt the food web. The pterosaurs added the aerial dimension to this Jurassic ecosystem. As flying vertebrates, they linked habitats that were otherwise disconnected, carrying nutrients from aquatic to terrestrial environments when they fed on fish and then died on land, spreading seeds or spores on their bodies as they flew through the vegetation, and providing aerial predation pressure on the abundant insects that were themselves connecting other parts of the ecosystem. And at the margins, small and mostly nocturnal, the proto-mammals were there, doing what they had been doing since the Triassic, surviving in the small spaces, eating what they could find, becoming slowly better at being what they were. Their time was coming. In the Jurassic they could not have known it. In the Cretaceous, still surrounded by dinosaurs, they could not have known it. But in the genetic wisdom of natural selection, they were being shaped toward it. The early Jurassic mammals were already more diverse and sophisticated than their Triassic synodont ancestors. Castor, a swimming mammal from the Middle Jurassic of China, was already adapted to an aquatic lifestyle, showing that early mammals were exploring ecological niches beyond the simple nocturnal insectivore role that is sometimes presented as the sum of their Mesozoic existence. Rapenomamus, a dog-sized mammal from the early Cretaceous, ate baby dinosaurs, found preserved in its fossilized stomach contents. The mammals of the Mesozoic were not the passive, cowering creatures they are sometimes portrayed as. They were active, evolving, exploring a broad range of ecological opportunities while staying below the threshold of direct competition with the dominant dinosaurs. They were accumulating the neurological complexity, the metabolic sophistication, the reproductive and parental investment strategies, the sensory acuity that would serve their descendants so well when the dinosaurs were finally gone. The connection between the first Triassic dinosaurs and the living world is so pervasive and so detailed that almost anywhere you look in modern biology, you can find threads leading back to the Triassic. The chemistry of modern forest soils carries the legacy of the Triassic in the form of the microbial communities that cycle nutrients. Many of the bacterial and fungal lineages that perform the most essential functions in modern soil ecosystems were present and ecologically important in the Triassic. The work they do today, breaking down organic matter, fixing nitrogen, mobilizing phosphorus, is work they were doing 200 million years ago in the soils of the Triassic forests. The insects flying around any modern garden represent lineages whose origins often trace to the Triassic or the periods immediately surrounding it. Beetles, the most species-rich order of animals on Earth, underwent a major radiation during and after the Carnian pluvial episode that established many of the lineages still present today. The flies that circulate through every terrestrial ecosystem, the true flies of the order Diptera, also diversified dramatically in the Triassic and early Jurassic, their ecological roles as decomposers and prey items establishing the patterns that persist into the present. The conifers that grow in modern forests, from the tropical araucarias to the boreal spruces, from the coast redwoods to the Mediterranean cypresses, are descendants of the conifer radiation that accelerated so dramatically during the Carnian pluvial episode. The Triassic conifers that spread into the moistened interior of Pangaea left descendants that have persisted through all the subsequent changes of climate and geography. They are among the most ancient lineages of living trees, and their presence in modern forests is a direct continuity with the Triassic landscape. The crocodilians that lie in tropical rivers and coastal wetlands today are the direct descendants of the Triassic archosaurs that we met as competitors of the early dinosaurs. Their body plan has been extraordinarily conservative, remaining recognizable across 250 million years of evolutionary time. The modern saltwater crocodile lying in a mangrove estuary in northern Australia is doing something that its Triassic ancestors would have recognized, waiting in shallow water for large prey, using the same ambush strategy, the same powerful jaw, the same extraordinarily strong tail for swimming that the early crocodilians were developing during the Triassic. They survived the end-Triassic extinction and the end-Cretaceous extinction and every other crisis in between, and they are still here. The turtles in modern ponds and rivers are members of a lineage that has been essentially unchanged in its fundamental design since the Triassic. The first turtles appeared in the late Triassic, and their shell, that extraordinary evolutionary innovation of entirely internalized armor, has been present and essentially unchanged since then. Whatever selection pressure produced the turtle shell 230 million years ago, it produced something so effective that no subsequent environment has provided sufficient pressure to change it significantly. Turtles are, in this sense, one of the most successful evolutionary experiments in the history of vertebrates. And then there are the birds. There are always the birds. 10,000 species of living theropod dinosaurs, carrying in their flight feathers and their wishbones and their air sac respiratory systems the accumulated evolutionary investments of 230 million years of dinosaur biology. The bird on a wire outside your window is a late Triassic animal in every biological sense that matters, its body plan continuous with the body plan that first appeared in the Ischigualasto Formation, refined by 230 million years of additional evolution, but not fundamentally redesigned. When a bird sings, it is using a vocal system that evolved from the vocalizations of non-avian dinosaurs through millions of generations of refinement. When it builds a nest, it is using behaviors that have their deep roots in the nesting behaviors of the dinosaur lineage. When it hatches from an egg, it is employing developmental mechanisms that are as old as the archosaur radiation of the Triassic. We live in a world full of Triassic animals. We always have. The Triassic did not end when the Triassic Period ended. It continued, in the bodies and behaviours of the animals that survived and diversified, through the Jurassic and the Cretaceous and into the Cenozoic and the present day. The Triassic is here, right now, outside your window and in the soil beneath your feet and in the oceans and in the forests and in the sky. And you, lying here in the quiet of this night, you are also part of this continuity. Your body carries the evolutionary innovations of the Triassic Cynodont ancestors that your lineage descends from. The differentiated teeth in your jaw, the secondary palate that lets you breathe and chew simultaneously, the warm-blooded metabolism that keeps you at a constant 37 degrees, regardless of the temperature of your room, all of these are Triassic features, inherited from the small, cautious, nearly mammalian animals that survived everything the Triassic threw at them and passed their biological legacy forward through hundreds of millions of years to you. The Triassic is in your blood, quite literally. The warm blood that circulates through you right now, oxygenating your cells, carrying nutrients, maintaining your constant temperature, is the functional descendant of a circulatory innovation that was being refined in the Cynodont ancestors of the Triassic. The endothermy that makes you warm, that keeps you alive and active regardless of the season or the hour, is a Triassic inheritance. This is the deepest meaning of evolutionary biology, not the classification of species or the naming of fossils, but the recognition that we are all connected to everything that came before us, that the boundaries between past and present are permeable in ways that biology makes very real. The living are made of the dead. The present is made of the past. Everything that exists now exists because of what existed before it, and everything that existed before exists now in the form of what it eventually became. The first dinosaur steps along a Triassic stream bank, and 230 million years later, you breathe. The connection is real, the chain is unbroken. Let that be the last thought as you drift towards sleep. Not the specific animals or the specific extinctions or the specific geological periods, important as all of those are, but the simple, enormous, beautiful fact of connection across time, the fact that you are not separate from the deep past but continuous with it, a current expression of a process that began long before the Triassic and will continue long after the present. You are the ancient world still reaching forward. And that is a very good thing to be. We have spent considerable time on the ground in the Triassic, among the plants and the soil and the streams and the animals moving through them. But the Triassic also had a sky, and that sky was being claimed, for the first time in the history of vertebrate life, by animals that could truly fly. The pterosaurs are among the most extraordinary evolutionary achievements in the history of life, and their appearance in the late Triassic is one of the most tantalizing mysteries in paleontology. Unlike the birds, whose evolution from within the theropod dinosaur lineage can be traced step by step through an increasingly well-understood series of intermediate forms, the pterosaurs appear in the fossil record already capable of flight, with no unambiguous transitional forms leading up to them from flightless ancestors. This is not because the transitional forms did not exist, it's because they have not yet been found. The ancestors of the pterosaurs, those early archosaurs that were in the process of evolving flight, were presumably small, lightly built animals that lived in environments where fossilization was unlikely, perhaps in upland forested areas, or in environments that were well drained and therefore poor for preserving delicate small bones. Whatever they were, they have left us no clear fossil record, and the first pterosaurs we find are already pterosaurs in the full sense, already able to fly. The earliest known pterosaurs from late Triassic deposits in Italy and elsewhere were small animals with all the anatomical features required for powered, sustained flight. Their forelimbs were dramatically elongated, with the fourth finger extended to an extraordinary length to support the wing membrane. This membrane, the patagium, stretched from the elongated fourth finger to the body, and in many species also from the body to the hind legs, creating a large wing surface capable of generating the lift required for flight. The bones of pterosaurs were hollow, like those of birds, reducing weight without sacrificing structural integrity. Their skulls were large relative to the body, with expanded brain cases suggesting well-developed brains for processing the complex sensory information required for flight. Their eyes were large, providing the acute vision needed to navigate in 3 dimensions and to spot prey from the air. What were the earliest pterosaurs eating? Their teeth and skull morphologies vary among the early species, suggesting different diets. Some appear to have been primarily insectivorous, their teeth suited for catching flying insects in the air. Others show adaptations for fishing, their teeth long and pointed and well designed for seizing slippery, fast-moving prey. Some early pterosaurs may have been omnivores, eating insects and small vertebrates and whatever else they could catch. The insectivorous early pterosaurs were particularly well positioned to exploit the Carnian pluvial episode's legacy of enormous insect diversity. An aerial insectivore has access to the flying insects that ground-dwelling predators cannot reach, and the explosion of insect diversity during and after the Carnian created an abundance of flying targets. The early pterosaurs, capable of sustained powered flight, could pursue and capture these insects in ways that no previous flying animal had been able to. The diversity of pterosaurs expanded rapidly after their initial appearance, as different lineages specialized on different food sources and different habitats. By the late Triassic and early Jurassic, pterosaurs were already found on multiple continents, evidence of their dispersal capacity, and they were already showing the beginnings of the enormous morphological diversity that would characterize the group throughout the Mesozoic. Some Triassic pterosaurs had unusual skull crests, bony projections rising from the top of the head that may have served in display or in species recognition. These crests would become extremely elaborate in some later pterosaur lineages, with the enormous cranial crests of some Cretaceous pterosaurs among the most baroque ornamental structures in the history of vertebrates. Even in the Triassic, the tendency toward cranial elaboration suggests that social behavior and visual communication were already important aspects of pterosaur ecology. The interaction between pterosaurs and dinosaurs is poorly documented in the fossil record but must have been significant. Small dinosaurs and small pterosaurs were potentially competitors for some food resources, particularly in the insectivore and small carnivore niches. They were also potentially prey for each other, larger pterosaurs possibly taking small dinosaurs, larger dinosaurs possibly taking pterosaurs. As the Triassic gave way to the Jurassic, pterosaurs were among the most successful vertebrates in the world, occupying the aerial niche across every major landmass and showing a diversity of ecological strategies that would only increase through the subsequent periods. They were the aerial dimension of the archosaur radiation, the flying partners to the walking and running dinosaurs below them, together filling the three-dimensional space of the Jurassic world in ways that no preceding fauna had managed. The rivers and lakes of the Triassic world deserve a dedicated consideration, because they were not merely passive features of the landscape. They were active ecological systems, changing in response to climate and tectonic activity, connecting different parts of the landscape through the movement of water and the organisms that lived within it. Before the Carnian pluvial episode, the freshwater systems of Pangaea's interior were sparse and seasonal. The great rivers that flowed to the coast were significant, but the vast interior was largely without permanent surface water. Seasonal streams formed during the monsoon season and dried up completely in the dry season, their beds becoming expanses of hot sand and baked gravel. The fish and other aquatic organisms that used them had to survive the dry season somehow, either by moving to permanent water before the streams dried, or by surviving in isolated pools, or by entering a kind of metabolic dormancy in the mud at the stream bed. This seasonal pattern of boom and bust in freshwater systems is seen today in many semi-arid regions, and it creates a distinctive ecology. The organisms that can tolerate or exploit the extreme variability, spending the wet season in the streams and the dry season in dormancy or in larger permanent water bodies, tend to be highly adaptable, capable of extremely rapid growth and reproduction during the brief wet periods. The lungfishes are a particularly interesting example of this adaptive strategy, and they have a long fossil record in the Triassic. Lungfishes are freshwater fish that can breathe air through a modified swim bladder, functioning as a simple lung, allowing them to survive in oxygen-depleted water or to estivate, enter a state of metabolic dormancy, in burrows in the dried mud when their water bodies disappear completely. Lungfish fossils are known from multiple Triassic formations, and their presence in what appear to have been seasonally dry environments is consistent with their known estivation capability. They were the masters of the harsh freshwater regime, surviving conditions that would kill most other fish, and in doing so they persisted through the Triassic in forms that are still recognizable in the three living genera today. The Carnian pluvial episode transformed the freshwater landscape, permanent rivers connecting the coast to the interior, lakes that persisted for thousands of years, wetlands spreading across vast areas that had previously been dry, for the freshwater organisms that had been restricted to coastal rivers and the few permanent interior water bodies. This was an extraordinary ecological opportunity. The colonization of the new interior waterways was rapid by geological standards. Within a few tens of thousands of years, fish populations were established in river systems far from any previous freshwater habitat. Amphibians were breeding in the new lakes. Early aquatic insects were diversifying in the permanent water. The invertebrate communities that form the base of freshwater food webs were establishing themselves in the new substrates. The animals that colonized these new waterways brought with them the ecological relationships they had developed in their original habitats, including their parasites and their predators. As different colonizing lineages arrived in the same new water body, new ecological relationships were established, new competitive interactions and new predator-prey dynamics. The new lakes and rivers were not just physical environments, they were ecological crucibles, environments in which new ecological communities were assembling themselves from the ingredients that dispersal and colonization provided. The freshwater fish fauna of the Triassic underwent significant diversification in association with the Carnian pluvial episode and its aftermath. Multiple fish lineages spread through the new interior waterways and the different selective pressures of different water body types, fast-flowing rivers versus still lakes, clear water versus turbid, deep versus shallow, drove diversification within those lineages. Different species became specialists on different parts of the freshwater environment, reducing competition and increasing the total diversity that any given geographic region could support. The ecological legacy of the Carnian pluvial episode for freshwater ecosystems persisted for far longer than the episode itself. The river systems carved by the Carnian rains continued to flow after the climate had moderated. The lake basins created by the new drainage patterns continued to hold water. The invertebrate and fish communities that had established themselves in those systems continued to diversify and elaborate in the post-Carnian Triassic and into the Jurassic. By the early Jurassic, freshwater ecosystems across what remained of Pangaea were already complex multi-species communities with elaborate food webs and specialized organisms. They were, in a meaningful sense, the direct ancestors of the modern freshwater ecosystems that cover so much of the habitable surface of the Earth today. Every river you have ever walked beside, every lake you have ever seen, every wetland you have ever passed through, is in some sense a descendant of the water systems that the Carnian rains created. The ecological principles that organize those modern systems, the ways that primary producers and grazers and predators interact, the ways that nutrients cycle through aquatic food webs, the ways that physical disturbance creates opportunities for colonization and recovery, all of these have roots in the Triassic, in the ecological experiments that the Carnian pluvial episode forced on the freshwater world. We have been talking throughout this journey about what the fossil record tells us, what it shows and what it preserves and what we can infer from it. But the fossil record itself deserves a moment of appreciation because it is one of the most extraordinary things that exists. A partial but real record of life through time, preserved in stone, waiting for patient investigators to read it. The fossils of Triassic dinosaurs were formed in specific ways that are worth understanding. When an animal died in the Triassic, the most likely outcome was that its body was consumed by scavengers, that its bones weathered and broke apart at the surface, and that no trace of it persisted. The overwhelming majority of all animals that have ever lived left no fossil record. They lived and died and were recycled by decomposers and left no trace beyond the evolutionary influence they had on subsequent generations. The fraction that did fossilize were lucky in specific ways. They died near bodies of water where sediment was being deposited. Their remains were buried quickly before scavengers could scatter them and before weathering could destroy the bones. The sediment continued to accumulate over them, protecting them from further disturbance. Over millions of years, groundwater-carrying dissolved minerals percolated through the sediment, gradually replacing the organic molecules of the original bone with minerals, turning soft tissue into stone. This process of permineralization preserved the three-dimensional structure of the original bone at the level of individual cells, in the best cases. The microscopic structure of dinosaur bone that tells us about growth rates and metabolic status was preserved by this process. The detailed anatomy of skulls that tells us about brain size and sensory capabilities was preserved by this process. the muscle attachment scars on bones that allow us to reconstruct the musculature and movement of these animals were preserved by this process. The fossils are not just bones, or rather they are not just the mineral replacements of bones, they are records. Records of growth and injury and infection, and behaviour and ecology and evolution. Every scar on a fossil bone is a record of an event in the life of an animal that lived 200 million years ago. Every healed fracture is evidence of a fall, or a collision, or a predator's bite that the animal survived. Every unusual wear pattern on a tooth is evidence of a particular diet or feeding behaviour. Reading these records requires patience and expertise, but the rewards are extraordinary. In the past few decades, new imaging technologies have allowed paleontologists to read fossil records that were previously invisible, finding the outlines of feathers in rock that shows no trace of them to the naked eye, discovering the traces of organs and soft tissues preserved as chemical films rather than mineralized structures, reading the isotopic chemistry of ancient bones to understand the physiological conditions under which they were formed. The Triassic fossil record is, by comparison with the Jurassic and Cretaceous, sparse and fragmentary. The early dinosaurs were small, their bones fragile, the environments they inhabited often poorly suited to fossilization. Many of the most interesting Triassic dinosaurs are known from single incomplete specimens, and the full picture of early dinosaur diversity remains to be filled in. But what we have is precious, and each new discovery adds to it. Each new site excavated, each new formation examined, each new specimen prepared and described contributes to our understanding of